All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everybody has had a great weekend coming into a holiday week. We are the PackTV, Pack Trade Group, Daily Profiler. What we do is every single Monday, we do this. We do this every single Monday. We come up here, we live trade, we showcase how we can apply statistics to live price in so many different ways, whether you're a volume based trader, support and resistance based trader, ICT based trader. You trade with patterns, you use harmonics, you use lunar cycles. I don't care how you trade. You can apply statistics to whatever you're already looking at in this market, sharpen your edge. That's what we're for here. If you want to check it out, you can click that link up there. You can scan that QR code. I don't care how you do it, but let's have a great day. Let's welcome in my partner in crime, Matt Mickey. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Hopefully you guys all are doing well today. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. You got a lot accomplished over the weekend. Tell me what you did over the weekend. Type it in the chat. Like, what were some of the things that you knocked out over the weekend? And guess what? Like, it's okay if you had a brain rot weekend. I was thinking about that this weekend. It's like everybody like talks so much shit on having brain rot days and all that, where you just sit on the couch, you veg out, you scroll, you binge watch TV, right? There's a time and place for that, and that's a must needed event. I might not do it all that much, but it's good for the mental health as well, as long as it's not done. How many of you guys did that this weekend? At a brain rot session.
Brain rot. Morning, everybody. Got Brooke in here. We got Omar. Morning, Omar. Daredevil. Good morning, Daredevil. Good morning, Jeff. Morning, Max. First time visit, as always. As always, the first time. Morning, second. Good morning, good morning. Morning, Chitaki. Morning, OHLC. Mr. Vince, good morning, good morning. Dude, Dave already done for the day. Dave said, I've got my piece. I'm out of here.
Bro, I'm not even going to lie. Like, I'm at that point too, Dave.
We got one here. Daredevil said, pot-infused burgers on Saturday. That sounds terrible.
That does sound horrible.
Dude, bro, I don't even know if I... Like, that makes me physically gag just thinking about that. Oh, man, why not just do it on the side or something? Inside the
Put it in
burger?
your brownies.
Yeah, put it in something that would taste good. Daredevil, do you hate yourself? Are you okay? Do we need to, like, call somebody?
I don't know. Like, I know a cheeseburger is the most American thing ever, but I don't know if that's... Does that fall into... I don't know.
That's what you eat after you've already taken the pot, not...
Yeah, I think...
While I think you're doing it wrong.
Way out of order. Way out of order.
This dude got the munchies before he's even got the munchies. What's up, Omar? Omar said, manually collected my first batch of MAMFE for 9:30. Spent time with family playing badminton. Nice.
I love badminton. I don't give a crap, man. Badminton's so fun.
Every time I hear badminton, I think of the Trailer Park Boys.
Never seen it. One of these days, you telling me to watch it. One of these days, I need to commit to watching it.
Dude, it's so good. It's literally the redneck version of like The Office. It's like the same thing. It's so good. We got Blue Horse in here, says no brain rot. Youth baseball season's now over. So now it's brain rot season.
Yep. Daredevil, I know I can't hate it till I try it, but those days are behind me. Like any kind of those days of substance of any sort like that, I just don't do anymore.
Well, I mean, it just really caught me off guard because as I was reading pot infused burgers, that's not actually I was like, what pot infused? Like that's just so just random. I don't know. That was a good first answer.
Guys, I'm gonna mix my liquor. Never mind. I can't even. What would the version of alcohol be for that? Like something
like
that
Jello
weird.
shots, but the bad kind. I don't know. So instead of putting Jello shots, you put like I don't know, gravy, whiskey infused gravy or something. Just so nasty.
Bro, we suck at being druggies.
We're too sober.
Yeah.
That's the way she goes, baby. That's the way she goes. Guys, I built a garden this weekend.
Man's old grandpa Clark.
Pawpaw Clark, baby. That's the new name. It's not AC Trades anymore. It's Pawpaw Clark Trades.
I sat in my hammock. I did a lot of coding until I ran out of the tokens, and then watched some show called Young Sheldon.
Oh, dude, Young Sheldon's so good. I love that show. You ever watch Big Bang Theory?
No, never. But my wife and daughter was like, since you like The Office so much, why don't you spread out your horizons? Since you, like, I literally watched The Office on repeat for years. Like I'll have it on as background noise, and so they introduced me to Young Sheldon, and they said you got to watch all Young Sheldon and then watch The Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, you would like it. All right, guys. Hey, listen, we got a giveaway today. Usually we don't do these. Okay, so if you guys want to participate, Mickey and I, and why am I doing this? So Mickey and I are really trying to get PackTV out with trading with other people, right? You guys get to see how we trade every day and every week, but we want to really incorporate other different styles of trading too, and kind of showcase just different perspectives of trading and how statistics can be applied to anything. So we're like, well, how can we do this and also mesh the community into it as well? And I think this is a really cool solution. So if you guys want to win $75, we're going to give it away some point in the RTH portion of the stream. So when Mickey and I are live here, and all you got to do is follow these instructions. So number one, tag someone you would love to see trade with Mickey and I. One PackTV Monday. Make sure you like and retweet this, and then you must be live here because we're going to announce it. So we already got, let's see who we got in here so far. We'll shout them out. We got Vince in here tagging JCap. I'd love to see JCap.
Bro, we had JCap in the boot camp a couple months ago.
Yep, he did a little speech.
And he said he would come live trade with us. I need to reach out to him and see if he's still down.
We got Omar tagging, I've never heard of this guy before, GX Trades. Well, GX Trades, I will be hitting you up. Anybody that you guys tag, I'll shoot them a message. Worst case scenario, they ignore me / say no. Best case scenario, we get your suggestion on live TV with us. We have Mr. ICT himself. Listen, if ICT came up here and traded with us, that would probably be the biggest. That'd be the dopest. Like, dude, coming up here with ICT.
That'd be epic.
We got, and then Mr. Zinc. I think I've heard of Zinc. I've seen Zinc come up on my timeline a few times. I think he trades the IB a lot. He does a lot of I see him talk about selling options and stuff too. I think that's where I've seen him. Love to see him. I know he trades live too. So anybody that you guys want to, feel free to tag him in this tweet. That's the main bulk meat and potatoes of how to enter. And we'll get some fresh new people coming up here and trading. We got JCap. JCap. We got JD. He was supposed to come stream with us today, but he's moving. So unfortunately, we couldn't have him come up today. So in the next coming weeks, expect us to be live trading with JD. Also, Tyler G, still waiting to see what date we can work around with his schedule. So Tyler G, if you guys seen him on Twitter, he's coming up here. And we're just trying to get other people to come out. So anybody and everybody, come tag them. Let us know. Tell them, hey, man, there's a group of people out here that's actually trading, that's coming up here, calling their executions, getting stopped out by the mean little market makers for my runner last night that I'm still very, very butthurt on. And somebody in this community, a.k.a. Drez, is making mortgage payments in trades, if not down payments. This dude's literally riding a crazy runner right now.
I'm telling you, Patrick got you.
Patrick, bro. Freaking Patrick. What are you thinking about? Trades by Matt? Dude! Somebody tag Trades by Matt. I would love to do trades by Matt.
Is that Rocket Scooter?
No. Trades by Matt. His name's Matt.
Oh, okay.
But if you guys look him up on YouTube, that's his YouTube name is Trades by Matt. This dude is literally the reason, I've said this many times, this dude is the reason I started live trading. Like this was the reason I started over 3 years ago now doing what I do. I seen this guy randomly popping up on my YouTube feed one day, sharing his screen, trading, and I was like, dude, this is the coolest thing ever. Like I was already into trading, I was already into that world, but I was like, it never hit me, dude, why don't I just share my screen and call price live? Like it was like it hit me. It was like those, like the clouds opening, and I was like, dude, this is what I'm made for right here. And so shout out to Trades by Matt. Somebody tag him so I can have an excuse to message him, because that would be dope. I would love to have Trades by Matt come up here. Trailer Park Boys tops the office. Now, Trey, hold on. Hold up.
Yeah, that's a pretty bold. That's pretty bold.
I don't know about that statistic, okay? I don't know about that one.
Don't go full potato on us.
All right, we're ready to get into some analysis here, Mickey.
Yes, sir.
We're going to do this.
I told you the firecracker was going to happen first before market open. Good grief.
Yeah, we're not getting the sexy move today. All right, I'm going to share 2 screens here. We're going to try to do this in kind of a unique way today. Usually, you guys see us kind of already build the data on our chart. Today, I'm going to try something a little different. And if it turns out terrible, we just won't do it again. Okay, so you guys should be able to see both of these screens up here. Let me read this QR code real quick. All right, now on the screen right above me, this is the daily profile. This is our bread and butter. This is like what we revolve how to analyze the day on. Then on the right side of the screen, you see over here, you have the gunship. This is the projected MFE distributions off the daily candle for the Q1 break. And then you got the chart over here on my left, which is just how I execute my main analysis. So what we do every single day in this community is we use conditional statistics. So conditionally, if we know that the high a day, low a day is within this low a day time period, we usually make a high day, low a day between 1800. Well, then is there anything that we specifically do overnight that maybe either leads to this low a day being even more significant or less significant? That's conditional statistics. What condition leads to something having a better or worse outcome? So we're going to go over here to the filters, and we're going to type in long, true, none. And then we're going to type in long, true for London. Now we statistically break these levels more than we don't. What does that mean? Well, if you look on my right screen over here, I make this a little bit bigger, and then I turn on the daily profiler, the midpoint that makes both of these ranges, we typically retrace back towards. So you can see right here, London OU is this white line, and then the Asia OU is this white line right here. So these 2 white lines, we statistically retrace more than we don't. So one thing that I like to do is I like to front run that potential retracement to get as accurate as possible with my projections. So I'm going to go ahead and click broken for London to front run the fact that we most likely are going to retrace London. Now, Asia's all the way down here and it's holding a low of day, so I will not front run Asia's right now, even though it is a really good probability to net off of, and it's right here, right below P12 mid. But I'm going to hold off on that for now. And then for New York 1, we're now short. So now we go over here to War Game New York 1. We've done all the conditions that the daily candle has given us. And I'm just going to go in because there's only 2 scenarios. We can either go up or down, right? So how do we go up or how do we go down? That's the question. So the first one here, is a short true. Do you guys remember that blender, that YouTube company, that blending company that used to post YouTube videos called, say, will it blend? That is the question. That's what just thought of my brain when I said that. They had this blender and they would just put in random stuff in this blender and be like, will it blend?
Oh, that is epic.
Good old nostalgia YouTube. So we're going to go short true. Short true, we got the high of day. Now, what are these little data points? What does all this mean? So this is pretty self-explanatory. This just means the times. Where is conditionally the different times of day that in the past 4,500 days that this daily profiler is collecting, the ones that meet this criteria, which ones have locked in a high or low of day statistically? So we have and then down here is the distribution. So what does that mean when I say distribution? You take a price range tool, it's that percentage, the thing in the middle, off the opening price. Okay, so if we see that the short true projection here, you see short true up here, we're just going to input high of day. Now, I like to include variance in these projections. So you see the lowest number is 0.6, highest number is 0.7. I like to go -1 outside of each. So we're going to do 0.5 on the lower end and 0.8 on the upper end. Then time for this high of day, we have between 6:45 and 7. Now we can look at our chart and see that we do have a 7:30 high of day. So we're going to include that for the variance. 6:30 and 7:15. And then for the low of day, we have a distribution of -0.1. So we're going to do 0 and then -0.5. So we'll do 0.6. And then low of day time is 11:15 to 12 o'clock. This is if we do a true. This means we just do a trending short day to the downside. This is the lower probability. Short false. Short false is the higher probability. This is what we statistically do more. You can see right there, there's the probability. We statistically go short false more than we go short true. In the past days that we have, in the past 10 years of samples that we've collected for this specific configuration, you see 204 days match this criteria right here. And then of those days, a minority amount of the time, about 30% of those days, only went directionally short. The rest of them went more often than not mean reversion, because that's what we typically do. We typically mean revert in the RTH session. So what we're going to do here is the same thing. We're going to account for these variables. So we have 0.9 on the low end. So we're going to do 0.8 and then 1.2 on the upper end with a high of day time, giving us 11:45 to 12:30 with a low of day of 0 minus 0.4 and then a low of day time. And look at that. Would you know it that we have a low of day that is supporting the thing that we do the majority of the time, which is a short false, because we go short false more than we go, or just false in general more than we go true. We can see that not only now, and this is what I was meaning by that, not only do we have a statistical low of day right here at 1800, and we know that statistically 18 to 1900 is that high probability window, and even more specific, 18 to 1815. That's even more of a higher probability. That's generically what we see. Conditionally with today, that also supports. So we're going to put low of day, 1800 to 1830 to account for a little bit of variance. And then now one thing that I'm keeping in the back of my mind for the bootcamp members and the Pack Trade group that watch us trade every single day, one thing that I keep in the back of my mind is the fact that today specifically, we have a low of day at 8:30 to 8:45, account for variance, 8:15 to 9 o'clock at median. Now, what does this mean? This means that if this low of day doesn't hold at 1800, this is the second highest probability for a short false. So now that we have our statistics, we do the second part of the day. Now let's go back to the big screen here for the chart. The second part of the major part of the day is live price. Okay, we have statistics and that's great. Okay, statistics lets us know where to, but live price lets us know where. Live price tells us the catalyst of where something is going to be bullish or bearish. Statistics says, okay, cool, you're bearish, but where to? Okay, cool, you're bullish, but where to? So because of the fact that for New York 1, we are now short, you guys just seen us plot these projections on the chart here. we can now use live price with what we've done with the P12, and now we go into the analysis portion. You guys see me post this every single day in X. You see Mickey do it live every single day, Tuesday through Thursday here on YouTube. So live price, we see that statistically, we retraced a P12 mid and midnight open more than we don't. And right now we've rejected the P12 high. The P12 high is the first, well, the P12 in general is the first half of the daily candle. So if in the first half of the daily candle, from a live price perspective, price action perspective, we're struggling to get above that first major half of the daily candle, then what this lets me see is that most likely, and this is where you heard Mickey say, we're probably going to do the firecracker in the pre-market. And this is that little mini firecracker we're seeing. And so now we're trying to do to build a scenario that if we know that this high of day is supported by a short true, I'm not sure why my short true is not printing on my chart. We have a shortfall, short true. Oh, because we've dramatically expanded. So because this high of day is meeting a short true, we're now trying to use price signatures to see where are we going to either go false, meaning hit this other side of the range, or where are we going to be confirmed that maybe we're in a short true for a new low of day by noon. This is where the P12 comes in and RTH open. Because the P12 mid gets hit more than we don't, because Asia OU gets hit more than it doesn't, because midnight open gets retraced more than it doesn't, in the pack you have bearish levels here, 3 bearish levels below. You have the 1 a.m. open that gets retraced more than it doesn't. You have the 3 a.m. that gets retraced more than it doesn't. The reason why I keep repeating this is because at the end of the day, I don't care what you use. Statistics that get retraced more than they don't. It's just math. And so this box right here is encompassing things that get moved to the bid and the ask that you currently see visits these areas more than they don't. And so in this time period, 8 a.m. to noon. So during 8 a.m. to noon, what I'm trying to be hyper aware of, and we have this cool little tool in the pack called the Daily New York Levels. I'm trying to be hyper aware of, do we just do the mean reversion high strike rate move of the New York 1 where we just come into this zone and then bounce? Or do we come into this zone, RTH opens, this box just represents the 1 minute high and low of 930. And do we now attack going false and making a new in statistic high of day? Or do we break these levels and get to the P12 mid? Breaking below P12 mid would be my final confirmation of continuations to the downside. Or do we do the higher probability scenario where somewhere in this zone, we either start mean reverting in the pre-market, or let's say RTH, let's say we stay in this range, RTH opens somewhere here. I'll be looking for extended cash flow longs. If the RTH opens in the middle of New York 1, I'll be looking for high cash flow areas with minimal extended cash flows. So then what we like to say is bottom line up front, cool trades, bro. But what's your trades though? So my trades going into the day, and then I'll hand it off to Matt Mickey here, is my war game, my if-then scenarios would be right now, where we're now short for New York 1, I'll be looking for reasons for us to go false. If we break those reasons, I'll be looking for extended cash flow shorts to the downside. Those reasons will be if we fail to do any sort of reversion in this zone, and we break this zone / break the P12 mid. So price level wise, if you all aren't a part of the community and you don't have the indicators, price level wise will be 29,543.50 to 506.25. This will be the prime area. This little zone right here will be the prime area, and I will call it right here, false versus true. So if we break this area, if price action, if live price, is what we say, live price with statistics, if live price breaks this area, I'll be trading for the true. If the RTH opens anywhere in this area and we get above it, I will be trading the false. And that is my trade plan for today, Mr. Mickey.
Lovely. All right, let me go on and change screens. a share screen. That's pretty cool that you were able to share two screens like that.
You want me to do that for you?
Nah, I'll just do it the way. I'll practice that when I'm not live.
No, you're good.
I don't want to like try to put too much in front of me, right? So Austin told you that there's two possibilities, and based off of what Asia and London did, we know that this is a possibility for us to go down and then come up, and then this is a possibility for us to go down. Now, just looking at the 930, we can see there's two unique features, right, that we can use, like how the 930 performs, right? And we're going to go through and we're going to figure out like which one has a higher probability of these two of happening. And so like when we come over here, right, we can see that the false to go down to come up has a 73% probability, and the true to go sell off has a 26. Now we know that the false move has happened 6 times in a row, and that's like the max that we've done over the quarter. So we have some variance effects happening on the false that we have to be aware of, right? So now, all right, first and foremost, how do we identify which one is going to be with the live price? So for us, we use, right, 40 basis points off the 6-9 box, right? So if we get 40 basis points below the lowest point of the 6 to 9 range, right, that's one of the 4 steps for continuation, and we expect the lower probability. The second one is going to be, right, this green box right here. After we broke out of the 730 to 830, let me make sure my headphones are connected. Oh, all right, you guys hear me now. All right, so we know that the 730 to 830 box, there's a 70% probability to touch the top of this.
Hey, Mickey, your sounds is like super uneven when you switch just now. Whatever you switch to.
I switched to my AirPods. It's still doing it? Usually, man, it's the other way around.
Like when you start talking, it's like in and out. Like it's like it goes really loud and then really quiet. Really loud and really quiet.
Let me fix that real quick. What about now?
Keep talking and I'll tell you.
So now we know that if this has a 70% probability, this little where the green and the red overlaps, it has a 50, and the red has a 30% probability of this breakout, right? So we know step 2 to identify the 4-step continuation, right, is that we breach this 50th percentile, and that just magically lines up with this 40 basis points off the 6-9 box. The third step for identifying the true is going to be if we blow through the low of the day for the short short false, right, which is all the way down here at P12 low. So today isn't going to be able to support that. And then the last step is failure to do a 4-step reversal up, right? And the 4-step reversal up is what lets us use live price to see this probability that has a 76. Is the comms good now? Can you
It's really weird. It's like we can make out what you're saying. It's just like super uneven and like you get loud and quiet, but I can understand what you're saying, so you're fine.
Okay. So we just walked through the 4-step for continuation that identify the true, which has a 26% probability. And now we're going to go through and look at the 4-step reversal. All right. 4-step reversal is if this is the 9 o'clock hour, right? And this is from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. And this is the 9:30 price. Step 1 of the 4-step reversal up was get above 9:30 price, the 1-minute candle high. Step 2 would be get above 9 o'clock's 50%. Step 3 would be 10 o'clock takes out 9 o'clock's high. And step 4 would be in-stat low for 10 o'clock. Now, that's to lock in the major pivot. See, if we're going to still trade around the 9:30, right? But once those 4 steps get locked in, then whatever major pivot that now the 10:15 puts in, we can lock that in as the major pivot for the morning, which confirms this low of the day even more. All right. So those are the two. We got the 4 steps for the continuation, which helps identify the true, and the 4 steps for the 4-step reversal that identifies the false. This one's got a 26% probability. This one's got a 76% probability. right? Notice I'm not blindly trading towards the 76% probability, but I've identified where I'm going to engage with price if, right, like we decide to go with the 26% probability and how I'm going to engage with it. So we're going to continue on. We got a couple of levels below us that we're going to target for the firecracker, right, that we can use to bounce off of or blow through, right? We got London OU, so let's start there. The London OU, right, we can see it has an 82% probability with the primary time being 9:30 to 9:45. For the false, that it has a 78% probability with the primary time being 9:30 to 9:45. If we can't touch that London OU by 9:45, it ain't happening. We're in anomaly land. Right? All right, so now, right, the true has a 93% probability with us hitting it between 9:30 and 9:45. So that's that level. We know that failure to hit this level is a sign of strength. I don't give a shit if the daily candle has no wick on it today. That's the same thing as a gap. You've got to wait for live price to show you that it matters, right? OHLC. If we can't touch this London OU, right, then that's a sign of strength for the market telling you, hey, you're about to go into the most volatile time of the day, right? And if we can't even touch London OU, you have no business paying attention to that no wick daily candle, right? Maybe it comes back later in the day in the afternoon session, or maybe it comes on another day, right? Because right now you got to think that's a no wick on the weekly candle. So it's got all week to put that wick in, right? All right, so now the next level is midnight. So let's go look at the probabilities of midnight getting hit between 8 and 12 o'clock. Does that make sense, OHLC? Right? So looking at midnight, with all conditions, it's got a 73, but under a false condition, it only has a 68 with the primary time being hit between 9:30 and 9:45. Another stat that says if we can't touch that at 9:45, we're going into anomaly land of touching it from a price time standpoint, right? If we have a true, we know it jumps up to 87, and the same concept, it happens between 9:30 and 9:45 volatility, right? Now, if we are touching midnight, right, we've hit this 70% probability from the MFE of the 7:30 to 8:30, right? So now, right, we're going to do the next level down, right? Let's say we come and touch London and midnight. What about P12 mid? Right, we can see that P12 mid under all has a 79 and another probability that says 9:30 to 9:45. You can't touch it between then, you ain't got no business targeting it, right? For a false state, right, we can see it jumps down to 75, same 9:30 to 10:15 now because you got this cluster of data. And for a true, it jumps up to 92 with it being 9:30 to 9:45. Now, one thing I want to show you that these trues, like notice that the times for all these levels is saying 9:30 to 9:45 for the trues, and then it just drops off, the data drops off, right? That's because if we do the true case, the 9:30 is going to sell very fast and hard. And that's going to be a nuance that lets us know that we're going for the true, right? So as we engage at 9:30 with the shorts, right, we're going to be paying attention to the speed that 9:30 delivers to the downside, right? All right, so moving on. What other levels do we got below us? We got settlement below us in Asia OU. We're going to go with settlement, right? We can see that settlement, your RTH, your 25, 50, 75, 100% gap fill has very, very low probability. This is not the day if you're a 50% RTH trader, like as in you trade towards that 50% settlement fill. This might not be the day for you unless we get a true state. Right? So if you take shorts out of the 9:30, right, you need to make sure that we're moving with speed past these levels, London OU, midnight, and P12 mid, exactly P12 mid. P12 mid is the line in the sand that identify the true day versus a false. If we can come down here and we can freaking ping off of it, we can even give it some overlap, right? But remember, we want to look for acceptance versus rejection. Is price just advertising below this P12 mid and then sucking back into the range? Or is it actually closing and it does something like this where it looks below it and finds a ceiling at P12 mid, the previous day mid area, right? So like that's what I'm seeing, right? And then with the true state, settlement has the same probability. It's not good for settlement today, right? And crazy enough, we know the stats on lower day and lower week on a Sunday at 1800. This is settlement that doesn't even know it's a Sunday, confirming that, right? So with that being said, right, I will engage with shorts. If 930 gives me the opportunity to take shorts, I will be taking them, right? I will be taking them for this 70% probability in midnight in this London OU, right? And then I will try to take runners, the P12 mid, and then I will be paying attention very, very carefully, right, to this P12 mid. Do we get that bounce up for the higher probability like this, right? So do we do something like this, or do we just blow through it like this, right? But ultimately, that's the lower probability. This is the time where I have to set the conditions for my success for the morning session by letting live price tell me, right, hey, dude, we should be bouncing here. It's the highest probability to bounce around P12 mid and come up the previous day high, right? Since 1600 on Friday, you guys should have had the conditions for your candle signs telling you that based off of how we closed on Friday, there was a 54% chance of taking out previous day low, and there's a 28. Now, when you lose the previous day mid, that previous day low jumps down to 45, and this previous day high jumps up to 61. Well, we've already stepped above the previous day mid, breached the opening prices. So those were the if-then statements that tell you that there's a 61% probability and a 40 to take out previous day high and a 45 to take out the low. And if we were to do that, these are the 70% probability, the 50, and this 30% probability zone that we will reverse or suck back into the range from. So like any longs I take, this is the area, this green box, where it's at 29,926, the 29,954, I will utilize the target. Now, with any longs taken, same thing I do with shorts, right? I'm going to cover my queen 10 basis points off of entry, right? And then I'm going to use this cool little gunship indicator, right? And I'm going to use the cash flow target. If we go to if I'm taking longs, I'm going to use the median. So the 45 to 55 percentile to take cash flow and then leave runners to get up to this green box. If we go short, then I'll cover the queen 10 basis points and use the 25 percentile and the 35% to collect cash flow number one, and then let runners go to the 45 to 50th percentile of that breakout, right? So that's what I've got today. It's going to be a pretty chill day, pretty easy, and let's go. Did my volume ever fix? Was it a network issue?
No, you sound good now.
Okay, I figured. They're working on like all these fiber internet companies like are coming through, like G Fiber, Caporium, all these weird little internet companies are digging up everybody's yard to put like fiber optics. So like internet's been just super sketchy lately. And you know what pisses me off, and this is how you know you're a man, right? Is that like these internet companies think they have the right to come to my front yard without my permission and dig holes in it to put their little stupid fiber on. And it's like, bro, like who gave you permission to do that? Like, didn't nobody give you permission to do that? Get off my yard. And then I fought it, and then like I even was like about to throw down with these people. Like when G Fiber came and did it. G Fiber gave me like my first plumbing issue. So they destroyed my plumbing on the outside of my house. So like and then the police showed up, and the homeowners association showed up and was like, Mr. Mickey, here's the statute that says we can do this. And I was like, damn. So I'm the crazy veteran in the neighborhood. Isn't that crazy that somebody can come to your house without your permission and dig up your front yard?
Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
It drives me crazy, man. I'm literally like, once Lily graduates high school and goes to college, I'm going into the woods, man. I'm not doing HOA again.
The cabin in the woods guy.
Yeah, man. I'm going off grid, dude.
I want an off grid property that is off grid, but within 30 minutes of the grid.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. There's this place called Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. And it was like off grid, but it was 30 minutes next to everything you could ever need. Yeah, that was my favorite place to live.
I want somewhere that is just perfectly in private, but then if I want to be a little city dude for a little bit, I can go somewhere.
Modell, didn't you go through the boot camp?
Modell is asking, Drez, how do you trade the P12 levels? He actually went into that, Modell. If you missed it, he went into it. If you go back on the stream here, about 30-ish, 40-ish minutes into this specific stream, he was going into like his analysis, his war game, and how he was using the stuff. So go back and check that out.
Man, I'm so butthurt. Like, they better come down here and let me along off of it. This is nonsense. Yeah, I don't even need to trade today. The trade we took in Asia was just epic.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was honestly, it was. I mean, it had every signature for a home run, and literally, guys, like you can see the trade on my chart here. This is the trade I took last night, and here's my stop. My stop was at 448.75. I always like to say, "Oh man, I just got wicked out." I mean, in all actuality, this wasn't a wick out, but still, I mean, the down move, and then we just those days, man. One of the you just like, why? But then, right, you got to still be appreciative of the fact that we got all this, because it could have just been.
Not only did we get all that, our algos called 0.3. The 0.3 trade on gold too. It was nice.
On gold?
Yeah.
Dude, even on MNQ, it looked pretty clean this morning. I'm looking at.
Yeah, man. So I woke up and I was like, whoa, I don't even have to trade. I'm going to call in sick.
Yeah, look at that. This thing, the front run, took a little bit of drawdown, then it just went. How'd y'all do in London this morning? Anybody from this stream also catch Bowie's stream, London with Bowie? Because this is a London session that I would think Bowie just absolutely destroyed on. Destroyed in a good way. Slippery Rock. What's up, Bonnie? She says, nice college town. I hate to tell you what people in high school used to call it. Slippery Rock. My imagination's going pretty wild right now. Andrew says, don't live on a sailboat. Oh, yeah, Andrew lived on a sailboat. Andrew lived like...
He didn't just live on a sailboat. He grew up on a sailboat.
He reminds me of those like, those like chick flicks where they're all the same. They're like in this like ocean city town area that's beside the beach. And it's just like everything's beautiful. That's what Andrew, when he told me he grew up on a sailboat in the islands, that's what I pictured.
Yeah.
Sails don't lie. Mark Nieder, you traded London. Nice. Okay. Heck yeah.
Dude, let's see if we reject this P12 high right here, right now. And then this is that deep pullback for a true state.
Oh my God, dude. If we do the false in the pre-market.
That'd be crazy.
We got that short true low a day supporting. A 28-foot sailboat. So is it something like this? Did you go to the Catalina wine mixer?
Yes, he did.
It's the Catalina wine mixer.
I'm gonna go fill up my coffee. I'll be back.
Cool. Yeah, dude. These. I'd live in this. I looked it up. I googled 28-foot sailboat. I'd live in a 28-foot sailboat. Maybe not with like an entire family, but I'd live in a sailboat. This looks pretty nice. Riding around in the dinghy. Snapping necks and cashing checks in my Kia Forte, baby. That should be my commercial. We should make a commercial with what we do in the community here, because we're all about just being realistic, right? Realistic expectations. Everybody wants to start trading with Lambos. But hey, you want to pay off a Kia Forte? You want a 2024 Kia Forte fully paid off? Do what we do. Can't say you own a Lambo free and clear. You can definitely need a Kia Forte.
My favorite car of all time. Don't even give care, right? I've had Corvettes, I've had trucks, I've had Jeeps, I've had like every kind of car you can think of, right? My favorite car, a Honda Civic hatchback.
Dude.
Only like 20K. They drive like a go-kart, good on gas, insurance, and you just like, you feel like you're driving a go-kart around. Like I love driving my daughter's car around. That thing is epic.
Yeah, those are really nice. Like, dude, Honda Civics, Kia Fortes, any of those like economy cars these days, dude, they got all the same technology a freaking luxury car would have 10 years ago. I mean, I love it. I'm not a big car guy. I've never been one of those dudes that's like, I need to buy this and that. But like, I just want a good car that gets good gas mileage, that when I do have to do maintenance on it, it's not going to cost like an entire house payment just to upkeep.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the whole having a car payment. I would love to see a study of people who like are stingy with their budget. Are they the 5% of traders who make it? Like the cheap people like me and you. You know how me and you are really cheap?
That might be, dude, it might be a psychological thing. Like people that like to be more budget friendly than just, I'm gonna go spend it.
Like
risk management.
Like I could be living high on the hog, right? But then that would put so much pressure on my trading, right? I can literally just breathe for the rest of my life and be set until I'm 80. Right, and I already have a great monthly income just to breathe coming in, right? And it's like, and I'm cheap, right? Probably not as cheap as you, but I'm pretty cheap. Right?
Whoa.
I really think there's something to that.
Could be, man. Could be. Just maybe respecting the dollar, where you came from. Dude, there's so many factors.
Absolutely.
Some people grow up and they just throw $20 like it's $20. I'm like, dude, that's $20.
That's how my daughter is now. Like, she's like, oh, it's just $20. And I'm like, what do you mean it's just $20? If I had $20 when I was 15, like, oh my gosh, like I try to, like, I pay her per work, right? Like, so most people give an allowance, but an allowance comes with like entitledness in my brain, right? So it's like, hey, you want money? You got to work for it. Let's do a job, right? And I'm like, I'll give you $20 for that job. And it'll be something minute, like, hey, I want you to go wax the cars, clean them, detail them for $20. And she's like, just for $20, Dad? I was like, it's $20. It's gonna take you an hour. You're getting paid literally $20 for the hour that you work. That's really good money. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, really.
I was making like,
hey, I made $7.45 an hour when I was a kid.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send her ass to Publix. She needs some real life experience. She needs to not be coddled by me anymore. she doesn't have that hustle grind in her blood like I had when I was her age. When I was her age, I was changing brake pads. I was working commercial plumbing, going to high school, working at McDonald's. I did all that. Like I was working literally 2 jobs while going to high school. Like it was crazy. Just because I was like, I need to make money.
Well, you guys are talking about like being frugal and stuff, right? So y'all want to see how budget friendly are now. Well, in my defense, before I show you all this, in my defense, never built a garden before. So we wanted to keep it pretty cheap anyways, because if I did it wrong, I don't want to do it. See, risk management, right? I wanted to back test and forward test before I do the full thing and put $100,000 in the account. So let me, oh, dang it, I got to upload it first. I'm going to show you guys the garden I built over the weekend. And it's pretty funny because it's pretty janky, but it's going to work. All right, here's the garden. So I still got to get it done, but instead of getting like, you know, some nice fencing and stuff. So on the left, you see here's fishing wire. I got some green stakes, fishing wire wrapped around the whole perimeter. And then today I got to put in these boards that you guys see on the bottom here, like to like board it all up. But, and then a piece of plywood as the door. It's not even an actual door. You just lift it up and slide it back in. And so this is my $150 garden DIY right here. So there you go.
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. Like when my wife does gardening, like we go to straight up to Dollar General and Dollar Tree, right, for our garden stuff.
Not even a Kia Stinger, dude. That's what that was, dude. That's my car, bro. Okay, this is the only weakness I have in materialistic possessions. Is long ago when the Kia Stinger first came out, I don't know what it is about that car. I just freaking love them. And I seen one on the road one day, and it was so like unique and different because you don't really see them a lot. And I was like, dude, that is a beautiful car. And I was like, that's my dream car right there. And I didn't know how much it was. I thought it was a freaking $80,000, $90,000 car. And I go and look it up one day, and it's like a 40, 50 grand car. It's nothing crazy. And I was like, well, I'm buying my dream car. And then one day, it's sitting in the drive in this dealership that's right next to where I used to live. And I was like, I'm buying it. It's mine. It's fate. So that is the only like big materialistic purchase I've ever done was a Kia Stinger. Now I'm set. Okay, that actually would be pretty. I might do that one day. I might wrap it. Because you wrap cars. I might wrap my Stinger and put like the Pack Trade Group logo on the corner somewhere. That'd be pretty dope. A chicken Porsche. It kind of looks like a Porsche, doesn't it? The front of it, the hood kind of looks like a Porsche. Maybe that's why I like them. Does anybody have a dream car here? We got 9 minutes.
I've owned my dream car. So I had a Corvette, and that was my dream car. But like the problem with owning those kind of cars that people don't talk about is like you get targeted by the cops, right? Like crazy, right? And then like you get targeted by two types of people: police officers and fucking crackheads. So, and since the world, there's more crackheads and police officers in the world than normal people, right? Like, it's just not fun to ride because every time you go out, like either a crackhead's like targeting you or a cop's like trailing you. And it's like, fuck, dude, this isn't even fun to own.
I will definitely say I'm always on alert when I take the Stinger out versus just driving my regular car. I'm like looking around, like, or I need to park my car somewhere else. I'm always like hyper villaging.
Then you're like, I'm gonna park all the way at the back of the the parking lot so nobody can park next to me, and it's just not
And
working.
someone still does. Oh
Yeah,
my!
every time.
Dude,
Every time.
it drives me up the wall. You'll clear parking lot. You'll park in the main back, and somebody will just want to park right beside you.
Yep.
Eight minutes till 9:30, ladies and gentlemen. Rejecting New York 1. Now the major thing that I'm looking for here is if 9:30 gives us that crazy wick signature of just going false right out of the bat, but this little pullback, this little false of the false move, that's what we call it, is where we try to act like we're going false and then fail. So if 9:30 does anything like this, where we sell and then 9:45 comes, I will be joining this short to the downside. That'll be my trade idea if we just sell off.
So I am running the market open on YM, gold, and crude oil and RTY. All right, so I'm curious to see how this thing performs. This is going to be my first market open where it's not me manually pressing the button.
It's all
for
ahead.
Everything. It's all, yeah. I mean, I'm still going to trade the NASDAQ.
Yeah. But
I have 5 SIM accounts, right? That have portfolio cycling different assets I'm messing around with, right? To see, I'm not going to, like, even with prop, I'm not going to throw money on it until, like, the SIM account proves that the algos are working, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, now I trust 1800, I trust 03, I trust lunch break. Now I'm going to see, can I trust the market open algo this week?
You said you got oil, YM, and Russell?
And crude. Yeah. And gold.
Oh, and gold. Okay. So if you guys heard that, Mickey is diversifying himself in energies, metals, and then he manually trades an indice while hedging the other 2 indices. So this is like a 1, 2, 3-way hedge. It's pretty dope.
So you can see, all right, this is something that we're building for the community. All right, so it's like pick your move, build your business plan, right? Survive your 14-day risk of ruin. So compare portfolio cycling, Monte Carlo, prop simulators for any move that you pick, right? And then manage your portfolio. As you can see, if we come over here to market open, right here, and over the last 100 days or out of sample, right, which we won't get too much into, right, you can see crude oil for the market open is the leader, crude oil and Russell. So, like, we're trading number 3, right? But over the last 100 days, right? And then YM's on a 5-day YM. But you can see crude oil and RTY and gold really like the market open trade, right? And then in Q and the indices, right, other than RTY, do like it, but not at the same extent crude, RTY, and gold do. So it's like, I don't know gold and crude oil as well as I know NASDAQ. So I'll tell you, right, I'll let the computers manage what I don't know, the algos. But at the end of the day, like, NASDAQ's my thing. So, like, that's why I want to manually trade it. And my goal by the end of the year is to take all trades algos besides the market open on NASDAQ. Because that's the one that needs to be babysat the most, right? So, like, the human brain is going to be always smarter than any AI or any algo, right? When it comes to how much it can feed in and make decisions around. So that's why, like, I will babysit with my brain the hardest part, while the computers take the easy ones.
It's a good plan to have, dude. Just to show you guys how unknowledgeable I am with cars. 3U says Datsun 240Z. I have no idea what that is.
Oh, I've never. I feel like I've heard that before, but I don't know.
Let's see. Datsun 240Z. What does this look like? Oh, it's like a little classic old car.
Oh, I know which one he's talking about now.
This gives me James Bond's vibes.
Yeah.
Hey, I drive this. This is a nice little car. Heck yeah, I like your taste, 3U. Super special Spark says, I just want a truck made in this century. I got a paid off 90s diesel truck at the moment.
Dude, ain't that the truth? Like, even like, oh my gosh, it is ridiculous how expensive trucks are, even the used ones.
All right, so everybody has like a truck family, right? People will be like die-hard Ford fans, Chevy fans, or whatever. You know what my favorite truck is? GMC.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's mine too.
Those are freaking amazing trucks.
Yep.
Do we have Team Ford or Team Chevy in here?
Or Team Cybertruck.
Or Cybertruck. Yeah, electric. Now we got electric. I want to drive a Cybertruck just to say I did it, but I definitely don't want to own one.
I want to go camping in a Cybertruck.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be a dope camping truck.
No way. Dojo Cat. That's not right. 240Z is a classic baller. My dad had a 280ZX. Oh, okay, so it was pretty fast too. Yeah, that's a nice little car. Japan makes some really nice fast cars.
Yeah, they do. All right, 33 seconds till market open. We're going to be looking to see if we can make it down to midnight open, but if we start ripping out of the open, longs will be engaged. If we start selling, shorts will be engaged.
Keely's knows what time it is.
All right, market's open. We sold, and now we're bidding. Give it some time. All right, there's that midnight open. There's that 70% probability. All right, we're looking for pings right here, right now. Like, is it gonna bounce? Can't bounce. Like, we gotta consider the true day, no matter how freaking great it looks. So we're paying attention to this P12 mid. There's 10 basis points right here. And we can go on and slide this over because that's no longer needed. And there's the balance. You got plenty of time. You don't need to rush to failure.
And with this volatility these days, man, you only need a few micros.
Just a few.
Really big 930, by the way, so be very, very careful today. All of you 930 traders. It's a 30-some basis point 930.
All right, so my chart just stopped working. That's fucking dumb. God damn it. I'm long too. All right, so all right, engaged with one long right out of the gate. Added 5, covered 3. So I was in 6, covered 3 right here. And this is just for a prop, and I got 2 running. And I'll wait for the breakout
show it. All right, so this is the one that I engaged with long. Then I added 4 right there. Covered 2 right here, or covered 3 right here. This is that, and then I got 2 left, right? And then, and that's across 4 accounts. And then for some weird reason, my NinjaTrader started glitching. All right, so as we approach this cash flow target, I'll take 1 off. The size of 930 right now, I don't see a need to add yet. I'll probably wait for 945 if I'm going to add. Yeah, so it's 59 basis points right here. That's too expensive for a breakout trader. I'm going to take 1 off right there. That's from entry to stop. That's 134. So now I've got 1 left, and I'm going to run it to this. I'm going to run it to 927, or I'm going to get stopped out.
Order submitted.
I'm long too.
All right, and then what can I add to this thing at? I will wait for 945 to see how big the 945 1-minute candle is. I'll wait for 10 o'clock for a retracement within the first 15 minutes to add to the position. Sorry, that just happened way too fast. That's why I wanted to show my executions.
No, you're good.
You know better. Roxy.
Dude, you just freaked out Achilles.
Hell yeah. Like if Achilles barked, Roxy would be the same way. She'd be like, I'm going to bite that laptop.
He just looked up like, what was that? All right, my cash flow targets are at 75625.
All right, so biggest thing, like you got to notice, right? Like if you look at my chart, reason of entry, all right? Well, first and foremost, like we came into the high probable area off of that MFE, right? We came into the area where it was like, hey, like we need to start reversing right now. So 40 basis points off the 6.9, 50 percentile MFE, right? All the levels that said like, hey, dude, like watch here. Like we talked about watching the ping, right? And then look how the 930 closed. And this is like front run was like starting to target upsides. And then like how you can see this big wick and then this wick on 931. So remember, I always tell you guys in re-engineering, right? You always pay attention to like once this is closed, is it finding accept? And you have to be quick with it. And this can easily turn around right here, right now, because it's the second 5-minute candle, right?
One more target at 799 even, Mickey.
Nice. So, right, you always got to ask yourself, right, like, is it stepping below and finding a ceiling, or is it stepping above and finding a ceiling, right? And so that's kind of what I saw with this 70% probability and this 930, which is why I engaged. And because the 930 was already at this point 38 basis points, I knew I had to like reduce my entry. I can't trade longs up here. I have to find a way if I'm going to get longs around this 25 to 50. So my risk would only be below that 930 low, which would be 19 basis points. To be honest with you, that was quick, fast, and crazy.
Yeah, that was a quick trade. That whole move was pretty good though.
Yeah, that was like 1800 was. Like I had to freaking run with 1800. Like, it was like, stop talking, just make decisions. That's how 1800 was. 930 is no different. I hate days like this. Because you feel rushed. But you know you've practiced that scenario so many times that you just got to do, right? And if you take the loss, you take the loss.
Yep. And even in this trade, I had to use 75% as the stop. I couldn't, obviously, you guys seen how big 930 was. So I cash flowed one there when we went, well, we tried going false. We have not went. Did we go false on NQ? Yeah, we went false on NQ.
Yeah.
NQ has not went false yet, interestingly enough. So I have one more target here. So I just went in with 3 micros. I scaled one out at 12 basis points here at 755, 75. I got one more target here at the median MFE if we do extend off of 930. But if we do this crazy action here where we just take this low, I got cash flow out of the trade, and then this is kind of just stop loss if we get the extended TP. And then if we get a break to the downside, I'll give it one attempt to get this P12 mid to Asia OU.
Yeah.
And that's really the final trade idea I'm looking for at this 930. I'll wait for 945 to 10.
So when the second 5-minute candle, like of the 930 to 945, there's 3 5-minute candles, and we came one tick from taking out the high, and we started sucking back into the range. So that's not a pro for us. But like right now, like you can see, we're stepping above and finding footing on the 75 of the 930 range. So that's a clue, right? And then we're just letting gunship continue and finding the support off of that. All right, once gunship activates, there will be another trade engagement. Which, let's see.
You chose a fun day to start that portfolio.
Holy cow, right?
If VinQ had a crazy range, I bet all these other ones did too.
Yeah, it looks like I'm in some front runs. I don't even know. I can't even keep up with it all. I'll just let the risk is set. The plane's been, the data's there. I will just look at it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Just trying to manage like 8 different positions is not something I'd like to do.
All right, looks like I'm about to get stopped here. Stop is at 630.50. Like I said, guys, I'm only going to give this one more attempt because of how expensive 930 is. And I really don't want to spend a lot of money around this big range. I got the cash flow portion out of the trade. And here's what's funny about this volatility. Just this one micro has reduced so much risk on this trade. This will just be a 250 loss if this comes back. So either I get to take one more attempt if we get below 930, and I'll try to see if I can get a cash flow trade to P12 mid, or 10 o'clock happens and then I'll trade towards the 9 o'clock high or low with the 10 o'clock 05 boxes. And you guys will see that when 10 o'clock opens up. Let's see, gunship confirmed to the upside here. We bounced off the Q1 break. And here's another cool little interesting thing I'm seeing. Is we came super, super close to the gunship Q1 break median to average MFE here. And all this again shows you is just what we typically do for the rest of the daily candle for the New York session. So if we hold this rejection, again, we're getting really danger close into getting stopped here. But if we do hold this rejection and we do come up for this extended cash flow target at 794 even, I'm still positioning myself to where we still have plenty of room to the upside for this median to average MFE to the upside. So I'm being very aware of what is live price doing in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Do we stay above this 930? Does 945 open somewhere here where we then flush 945 to the upside? And then that's where my second TP will get hit if we do that. And then I'll leave one micro for a runner if we do just a very bullish day and we can't get to the rest of the statistics to the downside. And that's true, Echalake. Listen, it's 4th of July week. Okay.
Is it really? Holy shit. I did not realize that. Oh my gosh, it is. I gotta make 4th of July plans.
Dude, Trump ain't gonna let this market have a bearish weekly candle on 4th of July.
No, he's not. Hell no.
All-time hot, baby. It's the 250th anniversary. They probably got insiders in the CME saying, listen, you guys want some bonuses this year? It is the 250th anniversary of America. You're sending this to the moon. We're having a high 250.
Never short America. Like, we ain't short in America. Nope, not on 4th of July. Okay, so with that being said, what we just did, right? We just, what's that called? Do not listen to that. Like, if the market wants to sell off, so let it sell off, right? Trade your system. Don't get, inside of your brain that, like, Trump's going to make it move up, because that's not how this works. But we're joking.
Yeah, totally joking. If you're new here, we're totally joking.
we have had, like, at least for me, like, there has been somebody that I might trust or respect, and they'll say something that will, like, skew my decision making, and then I'll fuck up my whole plan. So don't let that happen. And be like, why did I make that decision? Oh, it's because that dude said this, and it planted it in my brain.
Yep. We got a good question here. I've never seen this person in the chat, so welcome. I hope you get value from these streams here. By the way, we're trying to reject here above this P12 mid. Like I said, I'm really letting this have a 5-minute just window of opportunity to either show me, do we get above this P12 high or do we fail? So if we are still struggling to get above the P12 high by 9:45, I will take one more micro off, but that's only if 9:45 closes. If we do keep on doing what we're doing here, I'll just let the trade mature. But we got a question here by, let me know how to pronounce your name, Amal Sebi 998. They said, hey, Austin, how much risk per trade you use when the range is so big? This is a really good question. So this is where I tell people you can't trade like a robot. When people say they're building data and building statistics, or when you back test, you're not back testing to find where you placing your stop loss every single day and TP every single time. I know the environment of my trade, and I'm going to gauge and be dynamic with the market of every single day. The mechanical pieces of how I trade is the decisions that get me long or short. That's the mechanical piece. Where's the high day, low day? That's the same every day. Are we above or below 930? Same every day. Do we have statistics above or below price that align with how we've interacted with 930? Same every day. The mechanical if-then statements that build my decision tree, that is the same. What is different every day is adjusting your risk and your invalidations to the day. Okay, so if you see like today, we had a really big 930. A really big 930. So if you are a robot brain trader that thinks that you're just going to have the secret enigma and the secret sauce to where you just plug and play and click the button every single day the same way, these are the people that get their faces ripped off when you blindly put your stop loss somewhere every single day. You have to be dynamic, and there's a difference between dynamic and discretionary. So the invalidation of my idea is getting below 930, but my risk can't handle putting a stop loss all the way below 930, and there's the second TP. So now we've locked in cash flow for the day, and now no matter what happens, we are I freaking love what we do, bro. We are very in the green. So all that context to be said, how much risk per trade you use when the range is so big? I use the percentages of the range. I don't use the other side of the range. So you see where my stop was today, 630.50. I always like to give it plus or minus a few points below them too. I never do to the ticks. Like you'll see the same thing with my TPs. I never put my TP right at the level I'm trying to do. Like for instance, this extended TP that I did, the overall target was what we're hitting right now, the median MFE, this right here, 807. That was my target. So I put it right under here, 790, whatever that was. So I hope that helps answer your question, Amal Sebi. I'd say 6 to 7 out of the 10 trades, I use the other side of 930. 25% of the time, it's a situation like this where the 930 is so large, I de-risk already, so I only did 3 micros, but then even of the 3 micros, I was using the 75% of 930, and I almost got stopped, right? Just be real with you guys, I almost got stopped.
It came right, like one tick away from that red invalidation is crazy.
Right there, to my point too, that's why I don't put stops right to the tick where that level would be, right? Like I give it some variance, and today it worked. It won't always work. I still get stopped, but it worked. Isn't that, y'all know, Mickey, you know why I get so frustrated with Shag? Because he just doesn't listen.
He doesn't listen.
How many times did I say the 250th anniversary in that joke? And then he comes in and says, isn't this the 250th anniversary?
Smart man.
This guy. I think sometimes he genuinely just does it on purpose. There's
He's
no
like,
way.
everybody's got an uncle like Shag that everybody loves to death, but sometimes it's just like Shag, man. Come on, dude.
All right, here's the 945. This is the major key right here. And if you are in the boot camp, little tidbit, Pack already knows this. In the boot camp, you were taught the 945 reversal. One little golden nugget, and even if you're in the free people watching right here, we got 106 people watching. If you guys get value in these streams, hit that like button, do the giveaway. Even if you don't want to participate in the giveaway, go to the tweet that's pinned in the chat and you can help get us out there to as many people as possible. Just click that like and retweet button. That's all we ask. But even if in a day like this, right, where if I'm looking for a reversal of some kind, I like to have distance. So you see how 945, if you take the high and the low, there's distance between 930 and 945. And what this lets me see visually, is there a reason that the market makers and all these, no, I don't know why there's a distance between and why that creates such a powerful thing. I just know that when there is distance between this 930, it allows me to manage risk first and foremost. And then it also allows me to then take a lot of points off this trade. Like it creates this opportunity of distance, right? Like if I know that when we get back below 945, that is the signature of some sort of 945, like just tipping its hand. It could be a false breakout. We could break and then go back up. But that's just that little signature, that live price signature that if we get below 945, and in this case, we also get below P12 high, the low hanging fruit target is at a minimum a retest of 930. So that's why I like to have distance between my 945 zone and the 930 versus sometimes you'll see the 945 open and form on the 930 like this. That's why I don't like that. So anytime you see me take a 945 reversal trade, I'm always, one of my very big key rules is to have a gap in between 930 and 945. So that way for my risk, somebody was asking me that the person in the chat, Amalsby, was asking in the chat, how do I manage my risk? Here's another tidbit to that. This lets me have distance to now make the reward worth the risk. So that's a little 945 tidbit there. Let's go. What's up, Stoic Capital? Haven't seen you in a minute. And this is the biggest risk of my runner now because we have a really good high of day at 945. Statistically, we have really good highs of days at 945, and that also holds the reversal. And now we're getting below the 945 zone. So this is 2 for 2 that my runner is at max risk of getting stopped. But this is where we have peace on the charts. This is where statistics gives us the ability to let live price do whatever the heck it wants to do. Because now I've covered the queen. I've gotten paid extended cash flow for the trade, which is meeting an MFE off this move. If this comes back, this is a net positive trade.
Yep.
What you got, Mickey?
I'm just living the dream, dude. I don't really care about 945 now. Like I am paying attention to these retracement probabilities. So like right here, right below the 10 basis points, right, is like now a lot of people will just collect random or all MAE, MFE. Like we collect the successful ones, right? That way we know we're making decisions off the most successful pullbacks of what we're trading. And if we invalidate that, and like right here, you can see right here at 687, right? If we breach that line, then we've either done two things. We're not going to be successful with these runners, or we're going to make a new MAE for a successful move. So right now, I'm just paying attention to how we operate when we pulled back there.
And guess where the median to have MFE of Q1 break is intersecting, Mickey?
What was that?
Previous day high.
Yep, and that's what my target is. Yes, sir. So now to the upside, the next level I'm looking for, which I need to remove this gray box, right, is this pink line So what this pink line is showing me is all the ones that were not successful, 50% of them made it to this pink line and reversed and then failed, right? So I'll be paying attention to how we play around there. And then 10 o'clock, right? What do we do during the 10 o'clock? Q1.
What's up, Chris? Appreciate you, Chris. Chris came on last week. If you guys missed it, Mr. Probable Chris live traded with us. He's always welcome back anytime he wants. Thanks, Austin, because I was trading prop firms and the stop to the other side of 930. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You got to be aware that the invalidation of this trade does not always have to be 1,000% where you're just mechanically using the other side of 930. I mean, think about it. Like if 930 is 36 basis points, your stop is already going to have a 36 basis point baked in plus whatever the breakout is. So you always have to be accounting for those distances for your stop loss. And if you can't define risk, just don't take the trade. There's always going to be tomorrow.
Yeah. You guys will see us all the time just not take the trade. All right. Like, and then we feel like shit bags, but we're not. We're just showing you what right looks like when it comes to, yeah, you can be right in that direction, but if you can't define your risk, there's no sense, because what you're saying is I'm going all in at that moment. Like I'm going to take a position that could literally ruin weeks worth of discipline and hard work, right? And it's never worth it. So if you can't define your risk, right, like there's no sense taking the trade.
And then for what, right? Like just a little bit of ego, a little bit of dopamine. Because if we broke below 930, I'd be flat, right? But the fact that we broke above 930, this is where we really let our analysis come into play. We have this false looming above. Now again, NQ went false, but MNQ didn't. And then in combination with that, this is where our tools really shine, is look at this. We drew this back when we were doing War Game back here. We came really close and distributed the high strike rate to median MFE to the downside of the Q1 break. So now at a bare minimum for me, and this is what I was saying with Mickey here, previous day high is 891, and then just the statistical distribution of the rest of this daily candle gets us right here, like from a statistics perspective. So this is literally right in front of y'all's faces, live price on the left, statistics on the right. And when they're married, these become really good targets. So the only thing that really gets me out of this runner is if going into 10 o'clock, either I'm in profit and we lock in a Q1 high and I'll just close the trade wherever I'm in profit, or 10 o'clock comes, we do just start selling off. Obviously, that'll just stop me out. Or the other side of the coin, if 10 o'clock, dude, we're getting crazy notifications right now. If 10 o'clock comes up, takes the 9 o'clock high, that's a live price signature to keep holding this runner. And that's where I will target the previous day high to the extended MFE of this gunship to the upside. So I'm just letting this trade be patient. I'm letting the market do whatever it wants to do. If this is the high of day, we suck back into the P12 high. It was a great run. This was a great trade with a lot of meat on the bones taken off. And we have managed risk very well. We got Mr. Roman in the chat from the boot camp. Green on the day so far, but I should start trading Ninja instead. TradingView confuses me when it comes to execution. We'll get familiar with it, bro.
Yeah, me too.
Roman, I'm going to hold you accountable, Roman. Why are you trading on TradingView if you don't know how to use the tool? That's the bigger question you need to ask yourself. Why are you allowing yourself to expose yourself to financial risk? And I don't care if it's an eval, you still put money into it. Why are you choosing? Why are you waking up today and choosing, first and foremost, you're in the boot.
So we breached that level where we successful trades should be making a pullback, right? So we breached that. So the probabilities have just completely shifted, and I'm about to get stopped out.
Yep, I'm stopped.
Right here for my runner, right? Which we haven't stopped it out. Let's see if the market gods like me or hate me. That'd be funny as fuck if it just pings off of here. It's happened plenty of times.
It had to stop me out. So this is the hedge fund working in real time. It's going to stop me out, but leave you now.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get the runner. See, guys, I'm telling you, we are a perfect hedge fund.
All right. And either way, I don't care.
Come on. I just want this to hit now because I got stuff. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, Patrick.
Come on, Citadel. What
Hit
are you
that
doing?
high. Come on. Come on. Oh.
All right. Let me make sure it's closed.
Yeah, it was good.
All right, it closed. So yeah, we're good. So now I have to ask myself, is the edge of my next trade any better than the edge that I just traded? And I'm going to say no, right? There is no edge better than that trade. So I'm done for the day now, right? It can go wherever it wants to go. Like I pulled my piece out of the market, right? I have edge left in the market, but would it be better than the edge that I had for this 930 trade? And the answer would be no. So I am done for the day.
Good.
And that'd be that.
Y'all got to see two different execution styles. You got to see Mickey, he's more of a front run style trader. I'm more of a confirmation. You got Mickey freaking got the dang low of the RTH Open. Telling you.
Now we can go grab that P12 mid before 10 o'clock. Let's go. That way 10 o'clock can be still a lineup. And the reason my stop wasn't at 930 low is because it would have been like way too much risk assumption, right? Because like I have clear data, retracement data saying like, no, dude, like if you're either going to do two things. When you cross this red line right here, let me turn off this real quick so you guys don't get confused. We want that one on. We want the front run off. How to turn off this red box?
Invalidation zone. You can just turn the opacity to 0. Oh, dang it. I got to fix that. It's probably not going to work. I think that's the one thing I still got to fix. Yeah, it's still going to stay there. I got to add the toggle buttons like the gunship.
Okay. Either way, like right here, it tells me you're either going to do two things. It's going to fail because we can't make it to that pink line, and or you're going to just make a new successful MAE. Well, I'm not in the business of making new successful anything, right? Like data. So that's why my risk was like right here, a couple of ticks below it, right? Because that was the line in the sand that said, hey, dude, you're wrong. Let it go. And if it wants to ping higher, it can ping higher. I don't care. Because usually my stop would always be below this 930 low. But because of how big it was, I couldn't afford that. Right? So I had to use pullback data to assume some of that risk. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Now 10 o'clock's opening up. Probability flags are down. Right? And we will pay attention. We know that Asia OU P12 mid, we've gone past the 945, so the probabilities of them getting hit have shifted. But like we know that our probability flag is currently down. So this hourly low now has a higher likelihood than the high. So we exit it at the exact right location. And that's why I love what we do.
Absolutely, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all got value from this, hit that like button. How many likes do we got? How many likes do we got? We got 102 people watching. I better see 100 likes on this stream.
All right, now we're going to the cash flow.
Oh, dude, y'all breaking my heart. 36 likes. 102 people watching. Get those likes up. Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so we know there's a sequence, right? We've got this white box that has 75 to 85% probability of getting hit. This light green box has a 45 to 55, and this green box right here has like 35 to 25% probability. So same thing to the downside. We know we have 6 fixed points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they do different sequences, right? And one of these days I'm going to run the sequence probabilities and use Fabric to do that, right? But like right now, the sequence that we see is that we came up to this cash flow target to this cash flow target. Now probabilities have us now currently hitting this one. But we know the 930 is the one where we know more times than not that we're going to hit the 50th percentile. So either this one or this one. Right? So now, unless this is a sweeper 10 o'clock, the probabilities are more likely to hit this one. Now, if this is a sweeper 10 o'clock, meaning we just swept the 9 o'clock low, suck back into the range and burst out the top, which you still got probabilities of doing that, right? Right? Then if that's the case, then we'll think trading to this 50th percentile, right? But yeah, you want to give a giveaway?
Dude, let's do a giveaway while we're giving away the giveaway.
And the P12 mid is lined up with P12 mid and Asia OU is lined up with this median 50th percentile. Fucking beautiful trading today. Who says that when they're wrong on their runners?
I know, dude. Like, yeah. All right, cool.
Now we're anticipating a range 1 day, meaning that we'll spend 4 more hours touching this 930 price. That's statistically what the most likely market environment is going to be.
A question here, Malsby. Hi, Austin. Quick question for your runners or for some of your profit targets. Do you use the fact that we are in a 3-hour line? Yes, 100%. So, Malsby, if you go back and listen, you'll hear one of my major if-then reasons, my if-then scenarios of managing this final exit was just that. Were we going to pull back and then 10 o'clock take 9 o'clock high? If 10 o'clock took 9 o'clock high, statistically, so Malsby, I don't know if I'm assuming you're in the boot camp because you're asking about 3-hour line versus Apex. Let me know. But statistically, we take one side of 9 o'clock more than we take both sides. So what Mickey just said here is where we're showing signs of those range 1 days. This is 100% like a thing. Like we took the 9 o'clock low, and now if we come back and suck back into 930 and we show signs of a bullish 10 o'clock candle, then ask yourself, where would the warpath, where would the trajectory be for a bullish 10 o'clock candle back up here at this 9 o'clock high, or at least some portion of it? And that would even be more of a confirmation of a range 1 day. But I use the 9 o'clock high and low and the 10 o'clock Q1 and the 05 box. I use all 3 of those to really let me know, are we in an apex or 3-hour line? Because I was trying to gauge if we are in a 3-hour line, that's what my final exit would be, is in the middle. I always love to do this, is I love to exit my runners that is in a 3-hour line, or even if it's an apex, but just a really expansive apex, I like to get out around Q2 to Q3. So that way, if we do a reversal, I'm out. If we do a continuation, I'm out. Because sometimes we like to do these little ugly 3-hour lines where we'll leave a high, sell off at 11, and then just come up and wick it. So I like to be out before any of that nonsense. Or I just like to be effectively stopped out because price is saying you're wrong. And price was saying at this point, you're wrong about continuation. So let's give away some money, man. Guys, I'll give y'all one more opportunity. Anybody listening right here, right now, let me share my screen. Go to the pinned tweet in the chat, in the current chat here we have in the live replay chat, and all you got to do is tag someone. Step number 1: tag someone, and we're going to go through each of these and add them to the wheel. Tag somebody that you would like to come up here and come to PackTV. Anybody that live trades. It could be a content creator. It could be somebody that just consistently posts on Twitter their trade plans and stuff, or whatever. Just somebody that you admire or you also enjoy watching trade or calling price or articulating price in any degree, and that you would like to see come up here and live trade and have a good time with us. So right now, if I refresh here, let's see what everybody suggests. So you got to comment. Make sure you like and retweet. If you comment and you didn't like and retweet, or you're not currently in the live, then I'll just move on to the next person. So tag somebody, like and retweet it, and then we'll announce the winner. So currently we have Nick Holden, Pax. Dude, I'd love to see Pax. I've actually invited him. You guys need to bully Pax. All right, I've invited him to trade with us like 2 times, I think. He's big timing me. All right, some of these traders big time me. So tell these people to stop big timing me. But I'd love to see Mr. Pax come up here and trade with us. We got, let's see, we've already seen JCap, GX. We've already, who's this one? Claudia Ray. I don't think I've ever seen Claudia Ray, so I'd love to have Claudia Ray come up here. I don't think we've had a female trader trade with us yet, so I'd love to have a female trader come up here too. Another suggestion, trades by Matt. Dan Cook Trades. I don't think I've ever heard of Dan Cook Trades. Luna Trades. I've invited Luna Trades. She's big timing me too. Y'all tell Luna Trades stop big time in Austin. Come trade with them one Monday. I've invited Tanja Trades. Some of these people you guys I've already invited. I've invited Tanja Trades. Pine Tree Trader. I don't think I've ever heard of him before. Patrick Weiland blocked me on X for making a joke. Let's see. We got 3 trades by Matt. You guys really like trades by Matt. T-Made Alex. Don't think I've seen him before. 2 for Dan Cook Trades. We got Poison. I've heard of him. There's some community members that also like his stuff. Future Farming. I don't think I've heard of Future Farming. Anybody's welcome if they want to come up here and trade live, though. We got Elon Musk. I don't think I've seen Elon Musk trade, but if I had to guess, he's probably one of the best traders out there. So I would love to have Elon Musk come up here. He's probably going to big time me too, so we'll see. Ash Trade. I don't think I've heard of Ash Trade. So a lot of these are new people, so I'd love to see them. And 2 for GX Trades, and then Joey Morgan NQ. I think he trades with Austin. I think this guy trades with Austin FX, and Austin FX is a cool dude. All right, I'm gonna give it one more refresh, and then we'll start adding these names to the wheel here. Everybody, maximum opportunity to enter into the giveaway. I don't want anybody thinking I'm choosing favorites. All right, we got any new people here? We got another person, Casey, suggesting JCap. We got Alpha suggesting JD loves trading with us too, so I'd love to have him back. We got Focus. I'd love to have Focus come up here. I've invited Focus. He's welcome anytime. Let's see. V Clout. Never heard of him. Trades the IB. He'd like what we do. Anybody that trades the IB probably would love what we do. And let's see, we got any spam people? Carlos, you're being marked as spam, dude. The Twitter gods do not like you right now. And that's another one for Tanja Trades. All right. Give away wheel picker. Remember, you must be live. If your name is pulled and you didn't like and retweet or you're not live, sorry, bud. Just like in trading, you got to follow your rules. Okay. All right, we're going to delete this, make a new wheel. That was from our previous giveaway. Got Chris. Chris came in last minute, also tagged ICT. So we got 2 people for ICT now. We got Mr. Drez. We got Mr. Nick. We'll be having a Sergeant's Time training with Nick this week. So for those of you in the Pack Trade group, one benefit that we do have in the Pack is that we want to make sure that you're continuously progressing, right? We don't just throw you out there and be like, all right, good luck. The Pack Trade group is the component to not just live trading, but to continue your learning and understanding of the stuff you guys learn in the boot camp. Somebody asked in the chat earlier, who said it? Somebody said, once we graduate the boot camp, here it is. Kiko asks, after the boot camp finishes, do I still have access to the indicators? That's another piece of the boot or the pack is if you find value in the indicators, the tools, as you learn everything, that we tell people all the time, the tools aren't like this make or break in your trading career. They're just helping you. And so if you want to continue using them, that's what the pack is for, to maintain access to the tools. So after your 3-month journey, if you find value in it, join the pack trade group. So we got OHLC recommending JCap. We got Mr. Omar here. We got Noah. I probably chose to do this the slowest way possible. Oh man, we are selling. We're making a bearish 10 o'clock candle, baby. Maybe we just did a late true move, Nikki. We got Jen. Jen suggesting, who did Jen suggest? Trades by Matt. We got a lot of trades by Matt. Noah. We got Shafik. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have built these names as they went, not all at once here. But guys, if this doesn't show you that we're traders, I don't know what does. I'm a trader first, not a entertainer. So please bear with me. Echalake. We got Johnny R. Dally FX. We got whoever this is, Mr. Jet and Mullen. Jet, is this you? Pack Trade Group Jet? Or is this another one? Got Billy FX. Menace. Already got Raw here, I think. Did I? Nope. We'll add him. Raw. And then Mr. Carlos. All right, one more refresh for anybody that just got in here. Let's see. Anybody? Tick our talk. We got Thor, Trader Kane. I've seen Trader Kane many times. Would love to have Trader Kane on. I've seen he's made some pretty good record-breaking payouts with prop firms, so would love to see him. Oh, we lost Mickey. And then Thor is tagging Edgeful. Would love to see Edgeful come up here. Any of the Edgeful team. They use statistics too. All right, that's it. Y'all seen it. All right, y'all see it here first. I got everybody. We added them to the wheel. Let's do this. Chris, Austin is the guy who kills stats and automation indicators but can't pick a winner. Listen, guys, I've had so much controversy over people saying I didn't put their name in here, so I am trying to be as accurate as possible. All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's spin it. Let's see. Is it Manus or is it Raw? Oh, Manus missed it by a freaking tick. He got tick denied. Mr. Raw X8. Let's find Mr. Raw X8 and tell him a big congratulations. Raw X8, you got to be watching. All right, the game's not over yet. Raw who is this? You got to DM me right now on Twitter that you're watching. Okay, and then let me know. Send a screenshot of your YouTube account. You're here watching, and you're here. So I'm going to give Raw a couple minutes here, and if he doesn't answer, then the game's still on. Trades don't lie. Says I won. All right, I'm checking my DMs here. Don't see any. I just see a bunch of prop firms asking us to partner. I am. Yeah, get out of here, Andrew. Look, he cited. Dude, that's a big thing, bro. These scammers will literally fake. So if you're a scammer watching this right now, I'm going to look at every dang character that this Mr. Raw X8 has here. Make sure it's not a fake one. So we got this one right here, Jordy. Jordy, you got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to do me, and we're moving on to the next one. And did they like and retweet it? Because they might be disqualified. Just okay, they liked and retweeted it. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, I am here. Mylia67. DM me on Twitter. You got to DM me on Twitter.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I had to restart.
No, you're good. One more minute. So if Malia67, if you're not trolling me, you better DM her. I'm moving on to the next person. All right, you got 50 seconds. I still don't see a DM. Where to DM? Twitter, bro. Twitter, X. Where we did the giveaway. X. DM me on X. And don't see DM options. Yeah, my DMs are open. Andrew just DM'd me. Yeah, I don't got any DMs being blocked. Anybody's welcome to DM me. I get DMs all the time. Malia67, listen, I said it very clear. DM me on X. If you don't do it, I'm sorry. Next person. All right. 2 minutes are up. Next person. I told y'all, follow the rules. We're going to remove them. Next person. Oh my God. Is it Chris? Oh, it's Drez. Drez, you in here? I'll give Drez an exception only because he's a live trader, but pretty sure he's in here. Dude, Chris almost got it. Listen, Chris screenshotted his trade before he got stopped. Drez, you in here? Drez don't have to DM me. I know Drez. That is funny. There we go. Dude, Drez got a mortgage payment and won the giveaway today. Let's go. Dude, that was funny. Chris was on the cusp. Chris was on the actual cusp. All right, Drez, you won the giveaway, brother. I will get that over to you. You already know what to do, Drez. Just make a ticket in the Discord, so that way I can just send it through Wise or whatever. Well, heck yeah, bro. That was fun. We got to do it twice. Rigged. I know. All right, guys. Hey, it's 10:23. We're about to come up on the body of a bearish hourly candle for this 10 o'clock. Do I have any final questions here that Mickey and I can answer? Is there anything you guys need help with? Is there anything that we did today that you're confused about? Any reason we did something that maybe you're like, what the heck did they do that for? Why did they draw that? Anything and everything. Trades Don't Lie is suggesting Bonnie Blue.
You're gonna have to handle the questions that you got to jump.
Okay, man, no worries. Good trades.
All right, brother. Sounds good, man. I'll see you guys at Re-engineering.
Re-engineering. PAX would be pretty dope. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The traders that I would love to trade with, like, I would love to obviously trade with like different perspectives of traders, but obviously I trade the RTH Open. Who else trades the RTH Open? PAX. So I would love to have PAX come on here. So if you guys want to spam and annoy PAX, that would be great. Hey PAX, stop big time in Austin. Stop big time in AC trades. I'd love to see trades by Matt just because he inspired me to do this. Anybody that trades IB. So obviously you guys see Chris came in here last week. He loves to trade the initial balance, but anybody that trades the initial balance, they would probably love what we do. If anything, we can maybe add even more edge or just have a good time trading the same way. So anybody that does any sort of like New York Open strategy, I think it would be such a fun stream because we're literally doing the same stuff. So yeah, Baron Trump would be a really good one. Dang, Echelake said if I won, just give me a 1 month free Discord. Well, that's how much it is, though. Dang, sorry you couldn't win, Echelake. Maybe next time. You're in the boot camp, though, now, right? We are taking yesterday's low. Tell me now. When are we taking yesterday's low? We're making a bearish hourly candle. So you mean yesterday's low is in the overnight low, or do you mean yesterday's low is in Friday's low? If you mean Friday's low, honestly, Friday's low and overnight low, I don't think is crazy. It's just, well, we took overnight low. It's just we've confirmed a range one day of taking that low that made us go false. So one thing I'm always very, very suspicious of, and I really don't like to, that's why I'm done trading. That's why you see Mickey say he's done trading, is one really big red flag for just a lack of follow through. It's difficult for me to read. It's not saying it's bad price action. Everybody has their own way of looking at price. This may be beautiful price action for somebody else. But for the way that I look at the market and the edge, it's just a little bit more difficult because now we've done all the statistics. We've retraced all the levels. We made a high of day in the time period that we statistically make a high of day. And then we came down and retraced hundreds of points. So it's like, for the way that I trade, it's a little bit difficult. Yeah, would love to have PAX come on. Would love to have PAX come on, No Sheen. Drez, why are you praying for my downfall? It is pretty funny that probably one of the largest traders I know that does what we do won the giveaway. But I love to do it, man. He's a good guy. Bill, can I? Oh, dang it, Bill. I just seen your I just seen your DM, man. Next time, absolutely. Can you show us what you think of Fartcoin? All right, let's go do some analysis on Fartcoin here. All right. The serious part of PackTV is now ended. The fun part of PackTV is now started. All right. We have an in-stat low of day on Fartcoin. Let's see. Fartcoin is currently no direction on New York 1. We just had a crazy expansive New York 1 Fartcoin. So if I had my best guess and we're getting below 930 on Fartcoin, I would be short towards these opening prices here. Stop at the other side of 930. Opening prices. It's pretty funny. Look at this, guys. Even Fartcoin gets retraces 5 a.m. 75% of the time. Look at these bearish levels. We have 3 bearish levels. We took the low, took all the high strike rate MFE. It's just so funny. You could apply statistics to anything. Somebody put Fartcoin on the props. I was just a single point away. I was just a single NQ point away. Ah, man. Oh, Mir. Sorry, bro. Next time. Best trade in America right now is Pelosi. Oh, dude, hands down. Did you guys seen that? This is not an endorsement by any means, but there's an app called Autopilot, and I've seen that they let you do that. They let you like copy trade state financial statements and disclosures of these like politicians, hedge funds, any of these major people. Like there's actual traders on there that put their own portfolios together. But yeah, it's pretty funny. You can literally to an extent copy trade Nancy Pelosi. Obviously you're not getting in exactly when she gets in. You're getting in, I think it's like 30 days they have to disclose their stock options or stock positions and stuff. So you get in essentially 30 days after Nancy Pelosi gets in, but either way, she's holding for a while in some of these trades. So you want to trade like Nancy Pelosi, there you go, baby. Yeah, this is prime reversal signature too, by the way. So if you are in the boot camp, if you're somebody in the community, you probably already know this. If you are in the free side, a really common reversal that we see, and we're doing it right now, is the Q1 to Q2 low. So you see how we formed a low right there at the transition between Q1 and Q2. So statistically, we form a high or a low in the first quarter. Because we took that low and wicked it, that's a prime apex signature, okay? Apex has happened in range days. This all is making sense, right? Like we're doing what a range day typically does, which is retrace back to 930. This is what we do. This is what people complain about. People say, oh, bad price action. It's bad price action. It's what we do a lot. In fact, it is what we do about 40% of the time. If you guys want one little statistic to carry through your day, is this one right here. I'm going to put it on my screen. Statistically, the types of days that we do is either a range 1 day, which is what we're doing right now, where we make out with 9:30. A range 2 is when we move one direction and then starting at 11, we revert back to 9:30. And it's like a larger range day. This is what we do about 45% of the time combined. Okay, we do about a little bit under half of the days that you will experience in your lifetime as a trader, you will experience range. It's just what we do. About the other half of the time, okay, we do a DNP/DWP. DWP is a classification we call where it's a directional day with pullbacks. Okay, we do something like this. DNP day is the minority, but it's the time that price just moves in a straight line. It's those days where we do little to no pullback and we just rip. Obviously, that's the lower type of days and the trending types of days. So the two trends that we have, we classified them into two major categories. And then the ranges that we do, we classified them in the two major categories. Now, why did I do this? Forever ago, I was like, well, people keep saying and complaining about bad price action. So when Mickey and I were putting the boot camp together, Mickey and I had a call one day. And I was like, check this out. I showed him the stats. I showed him all the numbers. And all I did, and you guys, if you want to do the same study, you can do it too. I went to I went to my higher time frame chart, and all I did was this right here. Shut up, TradingView. All right, you go to the daily chart. You can go to an hourly chart if you really want to. And go to any day. Do this 10, 20, 30 times if you want to. As many times as it takes for you to believe that we range more than we trend. This is a powerful exercise. And there is an indicator or a drawing tool here called, it's like price path. Is it bars pattern? I think it's bars. Yep, it's bars pattern. So if you take this bars pattern, okay, and it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth one down from the top. And then when you expand this out, it's right here, bars pattern. And find any day. So here's the March. Here's the month of March. From the day we open, or from the time we open, so 9 o'clock. Let's go down here. Let's do a 15-minute chart. Make it a little bit easier. Let's go back to March. We'll do May. Let's do May. And you go from market open, Monday, 9:30 to 1600. All right, same thing. 9:30 to 1600. And you'll do this every day. You can go to as higher time frame or as low time frame as you want. And one thing that you'll see is we do these range type days where we either make out with 9:30 where we revert back to the mean, or we do some sort of trendy move. That's just the two highest movements. Either we range one or we DWP. That's the two major ones that we do. And then the range 2 and the DNP, I was like, okay, well, what about the days where we just rip, like this day right here, where we open up at 9:30 and we just don't look back. We just form a high of day at 9:30. These are your DNPs, okay? The directional non-pullback type days. versus, let's see, a day like, what will be a directional with pullback day? Maybe plus or minus this day. If you go to the 13, I'm on the 15-minute time frame. It's a lot easier when you're down on the 1, but you don't see a lot of days when you're on the 1 minute. But maybe if you look at the 13th of May from 9:30 to 1600, this is more of a directional with pullback day. You see how we were directional, but we still had pullbacks, right? These pullbacks where we tested the previous hour midpoint and respected them. That's those directional with pullback days that we're referring to. And then a day like this where we have a high of day at noon, revert back to 9:30. Okay, this is your range 2. Again, I'm just doing this off the cuff. I could be plus or minus wrong about a couple of these, and I just did a fib tool instead of the pattern tool. 9:30 to 16. So there's more of what a range 2 would look like structure-wise. And then a range 1. Here's 9:30. This day we kind of chopped around 9:30 a bit. Here's like a wide range 1 day where we kind of make a big range where we revert back to 9:30, but then a day where we just make out with 9:30 nonstop, the days that everyone hates, is a day like this right here. And this is what we do. This is what we do a good chunk of the time, where we just range around the opening of the day. Another example could be the next day or this Friday. Here's another range 1 day where we just chop around the opening of the RTH. So and all I did was just this right here. I went through 2 years of price action, showing the pattern of where price, like what was the type of market structure that created these movements in the day, and then we classified them. And then Mickey took this and put it into the daily profiler, and now we have actual numbers on 10 years of data, 4,500 days of NQ data. Okay, what is the significance of these? And we got them preset to confirm what I found manually. Omar, as a pack trading member, can I request a Sergeant's Tom training to get help with establishing my business plan? I have a collected data, need a bit more, but I am kind of lost in how to interpret the data. Yeah, so Omar, first things first, because you joined the Pack Trade group and you're still in, like, I think the final phase of the boot camp, right? So we always tell people do the wolf tank first, because that's what really the boot camp is designed for. And we can even run through that real quick while Price is sitting here making out with 9:30, is do the wolf tank first. So for those of you that aren't part of the boot camp, you don't know what I'm talking about when I say that, is how do I log in here? Oh, there's the hub. Let me change screens. All right, so when you're in this daily profiler and you go to the boot camp, you should see under boot camps number 8, build the trade. Okay, where you really put everything together. At this point, when you have finished this module, okay, the 8th module, phase 8, the last final portion of the boot camp, we do a thing called wolf tanks. Okay, where, let's see, where is the calendar? Calendar. They might have not put it on the calendar here, but either way, when you're fully like getting finished, you submit a ticket in the Discord and you can say, hey, I want to pitch my wolf tank. And the reason why we call it the wolf tank is it's kind of like Shark Tank. You come to us and pitch to us everything that you put together. It doesn't have to be super elaborate. It can be super easy. It's whatever you want to do. And that's what you do. You're like, okay, how do I interpret all this? But if you're still a bit lost on just the interpretation part of it, dude, Bootcamp Focus. Like, what questions are you specifically lost about when it comes to interpreting? This is where we really try to like say it until our faces turn blue. Ask it, right? Come do the ask these questions of very specific of what pieces of the data are you having trouble putting together in a plan. That's what the re-engineerings are for. The Bootcamp Focus sessions at noon. Book with either with Mickey or today's PackTV. Do a Bootcamp Focus where you come up and are like, okay, well, what are you actually confused on? So that way you can really understand how to interpret the data with live price, and then you can build a trade plan. So I'd say step number one is just get clarification. Go into the Discord chat. Ask as many questions of whatever you're confused about on, and really make sure you understand and get the good feeling of how to interpret this, then put the plan together, okay? Eldiana says, we got the Seek and Destroy Day today, Clark. What's up, Eldianis? And this dude's just an everyday streamer or everyday trader. He's the Magic Hour team transferred to the Ambiguous Hour team, and now he's so busy he just can do it whenever he can. So I love to have him here, though. I know life gets life, and sometimes. Appreciate you, Eldianis. Yeah, Omar. I think Omar, what you need to do, I just seen your message, your follow-up message. Just do that, right? Do that. Don't even worry about building a plan first. I'm telling you guys, start with the first question that you need, right? Like Omar, if I could ask you right now, because guess what? We're live in front of 50 people. You have my unfiltered attention for the next like 15, 30 minutes here until I have to hop off here, and I'll just let the gunship stream. What is one? Just give me one. Don't go super shotgun approach. Just give me one thing that you are confused with when you say, I need a bit more in terms of interpreting data with, you said, I need help in establishing data and interpreting the data. You need help interpreting the data. So what is one piece of just anything that you have trouble in when it comes to interpreting the data? What would that look like? Shag is short. I thought you're like 6'2", Shag. Hate not here. You can come here anytime you want, Drez. You can come here anytime you want, my friend. Absolutely, Omar. You're welcome, bro. But seriously, like, ask me whatever you want. Ask me whatever you want, man. We're just up here chilling. Chilling like a villain. Dude, look at all these pack members just freaking murdering it, dude. Look at this. Shout out to, let's see, what pack traders we got. We'll start from the top of the week. Just the start of this week, ladies and gentlemen. Just the start of this week. How do I get this on the big screen? Can I do it like this? Look at these people. Look at these people. In the pack lockout, starting at the top of the week. It is a Monday. It is a Monday. We already got Andrew. Shout out to Andrew. Locking in cash flow on the 1800 break gunship move. We got freaking Riley. Took the ES break, closed out. Only needed 150 to meet payout requirements on this account again. Second payout in a row, max payout, dude. Freaking proud of you, dude. If you're still watching this, Riley, I have literally loved watching you grow. Riley has been in the Pack Trade Group for 3 years. 3 years. when we first started. And look at this, guys. I love it. We got Mrs. Kelly. Kelly said this PA account was $80 from being blown. I tilted and lost $1,700 the first day I got the account. Added $566 on Friday, and now this is today. Never give up. She went through the ringer. She had a moment of weakness. We all go through it sometimes. She had a moment of weakness, went back to her plan. Never give up. Got her funded account back to where she needs it. We got Mr. Andrew. Mr. Andrew got another funded account last night on that beautiful trade he took right here. Great job, Andrew, stacking the funded accounts. You got me complaining about the market makers, hunting my could have been a beautiful low a day trade. You got Diegos, Mr. Diegos in here. Day 4, holding for better opportunities. Look at this. He's not only sharing his trade breakdown, but he's sharing the statistics and the performance metrics behind the trade. We have the New York session we had this morning. We had No Sheen, Mrs. No Sheen. 12-hour inside candle. Took the high and ran to 50%. Good job, No Sheen. Thank you for sharing, No Sheen. We got Mr. Nick. Nick took an expense. Hey, listen, we don't just share wins. We share losses too. -1R. Really unexpected reversal, but that's why you scale out. Looks like he went long. Got some cash flow. Covered the second trade. Covered the third trade as we reversed, but then could not get the runner to fully expand. We move. No Sheen took some profit. Good job, No Sheen. $401 on the day. Mrs. Kelly. It was 1R. Roughly 1R. I was getting ready to say, how did you get a -1R when you covered the queen 3 times? All right. So Nick did get 1R. Good job, Nick. Kelly. Kelly is passed with some to spare. Look at this. Kelly's freaking murdering it, dude. I freaking love Kelly. And then finally, last but not least, we got Mr. J-Bar. J-Bar coming up here. May do some more today, not sure. Very conservative for me today because I couldn't comfortably define my risk and I had zero stress today, which is fantastic. And that is the key. This dude is making freaking mortgage payments. Look at this. 218, or is that 1,000? Oh, it's 218. I thought that said 2,000. 333 and 653.70 on the day. And that's what it's all freaking about, ladies and gentlemen, is showing up every day, knowing when to hit it, knowing when to be okay, knowing when to just stop if you're red, and just manage the risk, bro. We have freaking winners in here. All right, Omar. I gave you a very strategic amount of time to give me the question. Omar asks, I have MAE MFE data collected on 9/30. My key MAE is 23 and my key MFE is 30. When I am building a trade plan, I set my no. That's when I am building trade as this is raw data. So Omar, see? So you came into the hospital, you gave me your symptoms, and now I'm going to give you your diagnosis. All right? You got the raw data. You got the raw data. Now what I'm going to forward you to rewatch, you might have already watched it, but sometimes we got to watch things 3 times, okay? I'm going to show you to the exact boot camp module that you need to now understand what to do with that data. You need to understand the importance of just collecting raw data. Those are not your TPs and stop losses. All right, when you go to module 8, build the trade. Let's see, which one is this? Which one is this? Honestly, I wish I could just give you one, Omar. Just literally watch watch this one, and this. Like, you need to understand this because it sounds like you got the surface level. It sounds like you You got the sexy part, which is the dopamine of collecting the data and stuff. But now you need to really internalize what it means to put this together. Like, that's why you're having trouble, is because it sounds like you either watched it once and now you're just like, well, what do I do? Go to the collecting MFE. It's the one where I was, Mickey, I'm trying to find the one. Is it the gunship light? Okay, it's this one. This one. This right here. So, Omar, you need to watch. Thank you, Mickey. You need to watch this entire module, collecting MAE. Watch every single and listen to what I'm saying. Really go slow. Okay, don't watch this. We tell this all the time. Do not watch, and even if it's not this, if you're going to learn anything, do not watch this like a Netflix episode. Really be in tune, because I'm pretty sure I even said it. Picking entries and stops. And we can visualize the 25th percentile, 50th percentile. Let's see here. And you've done your in sample, your out of sample collection. Pay attention. Pay attention. We're going to do this live. Let me turn the music off. We're going to do this live, Omar. I want you to pick up on the key words. Anybody that's watching this in the free side, well, you just got, you're getting an extra, you're getting a sneak peek in behind the scenes of what the boot camp looks like. So pay attention. Can you guys hear the audio? Can you guys let me know in the chat? Can you hear the audio when I click play? And you can really visualize the left and right limits of the MFE. Can y'all hear that? Have I been talking this entire time muted? Can y'all hear the video? Somebody let me know in the chat. Dude, I've been talking this entire time muted. We can hear. Okay, cool. MAE, the variances of the streaks, all of these different factors, your cash flow, and you're really able to get intimate with whatever move that you want to look at and study. Now comes the process of, once we understand our environment, how can we engage within the environment? So just like how I look at the 930, and just like how I'm looking at the 930, looking at where the high day low is, what statistics I'm trading above or below that 930, I'm using the MFE, the keyword. Listen, did y'all hear that? We're going to go back. Just like how I look at the 930, and just like how I'm looking at the 930, looking at where the high day low is. Where the high day low day is, what we do today? What did we do today, Omar? What was the first thing I was looking at? Where is the high day low day? High day, 930. What statistics I'm trading above or below that 930? What statistics were we trading above or below 930? What did we have today? We had bullish levels above, MFE above, gunship MFE above. We had a lot of statistics aligning. We had long false above with 930, making that new high a day. Keep on going. I'm using the MFE, the velocity, that high probable price movement, to gauge and align the levels of the day, right? So if I have, let's say you're looking at my chart and we have 930 here, and we can visualize the 25th percentile, 50th percentile, and the 75th percentile MFE. And then we also can see that today could be an in-stat low a day with 930, and we have P12 mid here, P12 midnight open, right? We have statistics above price. Well, now I can align these measured moves, these measured MFE. We can align, good morning, Deanna. We can align measured moves. What are we doing here? 930 is what? A measured move, the gunship market open break. We are aligning. When did I ever say, all right? Keyword, here's what I tell you guys in the boot camp all the time. People here collecting data for MFE and MAE, and they instantly want to go the easiest route. Top stop loss DP. Not saying you do that, Omar. I'm just saying this is the caveman brain of what people hear. MFE. Let's go back and listen to what I just said. Right, we have statistics above price. Well, now I can align these measured moves, these measured MFE's values with actual levels that the daily candle is providing. I am aligning MFE values with what the daily candle is providing. What did we do today, guys? This is a live trade that I took doing exactly that. I was aligning where the potential MFE, because I have collected the data and because I am obsessed with this move, and I know the potential of this move, and I know the potential MAE of this move, I know that I am aligning this breakout with the statistics and the high of day with the MFE. I am sitting here and saying, okay, if we go false more than we go true, if we make a high of day at 9:30 more than we don't, where does this align? Where does these major movements align with the potential MFE of 9:30? The MFE is just your environment. The MFE, MA is just your environment. And you're taking this environment and you are aligning it every single day with what the daily candle is specifically giving you. And when you're collecting this data, the importance of that is for you to know the baseline accuracy. I give the example, just like if you were to plan to buy a house and you are taking into consideration the typical climate of wherever you want to buy a house. Well, if you're somebody that enjoys warm weather, well, if I go and try to find a house in Florida, it's not going to be 100 degrees every day. But if I go and look at the past weather report, it's going to be plus or minus, might be 90 degrees one day, might be 110 degrees the next day, might be 95 the next day. It's going to operate roughly within that range. But guess what? Some days it might still be chilly. It might still drop to the 70s. It might get a heat wave and drop to the 120s. We're going to have extremes of those weather patterns. You're going to have the MFE, right? The high strike rate portion of those weather patterns. And you're going to have the mean, the meat and potatoes, the middle, the thing that we typically do. That's all you're doing. But then every day, I'm not dressing for what the weather typically does, right? I'm dressing for that day. So if I know now that my basic environment is hot, okay, if I go to Florida, I'm not going to be buying winter coats. My basic environment, the baseline accuracy is that it's going to be hot. But then I'm going to go into the day and actually say, okay, today's going to be hot and it's going to be 110 degrees hot versus 85 degrees hot. Okay, there's a giant difference between how hot the environment's going to be. Look at the trade that I took today. There's different degrees of favorable price movement that this 930 is going to provide. And there's going to be different days that's going to have different risk structures based on the size of 930, where does 930 open, where the statistics of 930, all of these conditional factors play. But I want to know the baseline accuracy. I want to know what type of basic environment am I stepping into. This is what people miss. Guys, this is the, if I could say one of the golden tickets of day trading, this is what people miss in day trading, is they go straight to back testing what the best performance could be, when that is so far off the case. You are missing the forest through the trees. You're missing the thing that gives you the reason or the intent to even be in that environment. And that's, how can I quantify the environment that I'm putting myself in? If I was somebody that's trading magic hour, I'm not going to be looking at magic hour like what Drez does right off the bat on how to trade it. I first needed what? I need to do my research. What's the weather patterns of the magic hour? What's the typical climate like in the magic hour? What is the high strike rate portion versus the low strike rate portion? What is out of the norm of the magic hour? That's what collecting data is, guys. When you are really getting in tune with the environment that you're wanting to put financial risk into, you're trying to find these areas. Where do we retrace to more than we don't? What's the MFE that we spend more than we don't? What is the high a day, low a day? Or if you're not trading the RTH, but you're trading the magic hour, what's the high or low of session that we typically do? And you guys learn this in the boot camp, right? Q1s of any hour, 3 hour, 4 hour. you're looking at those Q1s to see where we're pushing. And if you knew the baseline accuracy of, let's say, the 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, that hour of time, the Q1 break above or below that hour, guess what you guys have right here? Look at this. The gunship is doing this right in front of you. The gunship is showing you this is the baseline accuracy of the first quarter of the daily candle, of the second half of the daily candle. We know that the P12 is the first half of the daily candle, and then we know that the 6 a.m. to 1600, that's the second half of the daily candle. That's the meat and potatoes of the other half that makes the body and the wick of the other side of the daily candle. So what the gunship is showing you here at a glance with these distributions above and distributions below, think about the gunship already did what you're doing manually. This is doing it passively. And you're able to see, I'm not trading. I'm not taking the short immediately when we break below Q1. I'm saying, okay, we're breaking below Q1, and I know there's an MFE potential of here to here, and I know there's an MAE potential from here to here. Now I'm applying that analysis with how we reacted with these areas to then when 930 comes to let me know the environment that I'm stepping into. So 930, it's the same way. I'm looking at the 930 open, the 25th percentile, the 50th percentile, the 75th percentile, and I'm aligning these with the daily candle. What statistics align with if we're making an in-stat low a day? Well, I know I'm not going to sit here and just trade the 25th percentile. I'm trading a bullish instrument that has went higher more than it's went lower over the course of its entire lifespan of being an instrument to trade. So when we have in-stat low of days, they naturally have more edge than an in-stat high of days shorting. So I know immediately when I'm taking these in-stat low a day trades, why in the world would I be trying to get the majority of my position out here when there's a lot more conditional edge to go to the median to above average to above median, which is your 75th percentile? It's low occurring. And so you would ask yourself, well, what are the days that produce these low occurring days? What's the context of the daily candle? That right there, when we have these conditional if-then statements that lead to more expansive moves or more meat on the potatoes, but I wouldn't know the left and right limits in the framework if I didn't have the basic data, the basic environment of the day. Where? Okay, live price tells us where. We get above 930, boom, I'm bullish, but where to? 25th, median, 75th. Okay, cool. I have the 25th, median, and 75th. Now where do they align with the daily candle levels? Does P12 mid intersect with P12 with the median MFE, or does it intersect with the extended MFE? And if we do extended MFE, most likely that's a signature of an expansive move, because what creates expansive moves? Above average, above median movement. You see how the gears should be clicking right now. Okay, the wheels should be spinning. So Omar, let me know in the chat. Anybody else, if you learned something new, let me know. That lets me know I'm doing things as correct as I can. So let me know if that answers your question in the chat, makes it a little bit more clear, Omar. Let's see. He says, I will watch it again. Thanks, Austin. You and the team at the Pack Trading is I never thought I would find, as I have been trying to trade isolation since the last couple of years. And yeah, dude, and listen, some people are like that. Like, I know we have Ricardo in the community. If he's watching, shout out to Ricardo. He's more of like a quiet guy, right? Like, some people are more like, I like to work in silence and in the dark and come out once in a blue moon. But then other people, we're just social creatures, right? Like we feed off other people. We feed off each other's positive energy or whatever, right? Like, it's just contagious. So in the world of 2026, can you choose to do the lonelier option, which is to trade by yourself? 100%. There's tons of people that do it. But for the people that do like to have that community aspect, that mastermind aspect, that's why I made the Pack Trade Group, is for those of you that enjoy to feed off each other, to bounce ideas off each other, to hold each other accountable, to go through your goods and bads and all the in-betweens, to speak to somebody that relates exactly what you're going through, that speaks the same language. that's what we really built it for, you know, and we know that that's not for everybody, but the people that do align that way, that's what we've made it for. So I really appreciate that you feel that way, Omar. And now let's get you from level 1 to level 3. All right. Let's see. He says, I get it, brother. This was so eye-opening. I was taking it totally wrong. This has been hiding in plain sight. I could not have understood this. I could not have understood this if I listened alone 3 times. There we go. There we go. Heck yeah. And now we're pivoting you on the right direction. That's all this is, right? It's just little pivots until you are finally tuned in to where exactly you need to go. So heck yeah. I'm glad to hear that helped, Omar. And listen to it a bunch. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. Go back to this boot camp video, and anybody in the pack, this one right here. Which one is this called again? Go under collecting MFE, MAE. And then it's picking entries, stop, and targets with statistics. And literally a minute and 30 into it, you already got the meat potatoes of the importance of why we do what we do. So all of this to be said, when I'm super understanding and intimate with the move that I am trying to capture and capitalize on, I can align these realistic expectations of this. Hey, no dumb questions, bro. No dumb questions at all. You guys are learning, all right? The only dumb question would be like if you're like week 8 into the boot camp and then you ask me what an MFE is. Nah, man, no dumb questions. Move with the framework of the day, right? With my analysis. If we are long true, what levels intersect with the expansive MFE versus if we are false, making a range 1. Well, what are we doing today, ladies and gentlemen? Guys, this is recording of June 4th. The beginning of the month I did this recording. And what did we do just today? What did I say there? Listen to this. Expansive MFE versus if we are false making a range 1. If we are false making a range 1, what do we do? If we are false, taking the other side here, turn on the daily profiler, show y'all, anybody that's not familiar with that. If we are false, come on, short false, and a range 1. Well, what high strike rate, 25th percentile levels are we going to reject from? What did we do just today? What did we do just today, guys? We rejected the MFEs to the upside, spent the MFEs to the downside. Right? Seeing the actual data with what you've captured, comparing that to the live market, and then seeing how you can capitalize on top of it. Now, for this video and this demonstration, we're just going to be looking at the 1800 break and looking at different ways that we can look at this data and then use it to define an entry drill. So if you take your gunship light indicator, and I'll stop it right there. I'll stop you in suspense. Okay, so for the bootcamp members that relate to Omar's question and Omar himself, timestamp 2:25, 2 minutes and 25 seconds into this. And if you feel the same way Omar felt at the beginning of this, where he was a little bit overwhelmed and he was like, how do I interpret the data to actually build a trade plan? There you go. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. If you are in the boot camp and you understand this, and now if you're in the pack or the boot camp and you see people like Omar kind of struggling or just having questions, just tattoo it on your forearm. 2 minutes, 25 seconds, collecting the MAE, and just refer them to this video. Heck yeah. I'm glad we got to do that live. Anything else I can help with, guys? Anything at all? Moving into a classic range 1 day. Drez says, what's a false? Thanks, Austin. I'm indebted. I'm sure you will get more dumb questions. Yeah, dude, no dumb questions, man. But I'm glad this helped you. Thank you, Peter. All right, guys, we'll give this 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes. We'll end at the Q1 of the 11 o'clock. We will queue up the ending of this at the end of the quarter of 11. So 11 to 12. We'll read the 11 o'clock candle together. I'll show you guys how we can do this together right here, right now. So going into the 11 o'clock hour, we're getting back above 930. We know that in just if above bullish, if below bearish. But now if live price tells us where, statistics tells us where too. If live price is telling us where, AKA, we're getting back above the opening bid of the day, the opening auction of the day. Do I think that we're going to go to the moon? Nope. Because statistics tells us, live price tells us where. Statistics says because we range one more than we do anything else, that is the highest probability, and we're showing every single sign of a range one day. Well, then the final checkpoint that I would have for any extensive move to the upside for this 11 o'clock candle would be to take this 9 o'clock high. But, big key but here, what do I need to see for the next 15 to 30 minutes to see if we're actually getting to this high? Is I would need to see this Q1 to Q2 form an in-stat low in this quarter, and then Q2 to take Q1's high. So we have 2 more minutes here until the rest of this 15-minute candle is done. So whatever high we make, and notice how we're rejecting this P12 high. So if we get above, and this is where we say we're marrying live price with statistics. If live price gets above the P12 high, we're now getting back above the first half of this range that makes the daily candle. That's bullish, number 1. Number 2, we're obviously above 930. That's 2 for 2 bullish. Number 3, statistically, if we take this high, then most likely this low will hold. And so then we're most likely in the body of a bullish 11 o'clock candle, but I'm not thinking we go to the moon. I'm thinking at a minimum, we would come up here to take this 9 o'clock high and then make some sort of reversal back to 930. The other side of the coin, in the next 2 to 3 minutes, if we take the low of 9 o'clock, so let's say, or I'm sorry, the low of Q1, then I would be looking at, does the 11 o'clock candle give me signatures of a doji? Because we're in a range day. So in range days and lack of follow through days and choppy days, we typically form doji candles more than we form good candles. And what I mean when I say that is just a small body with a big wick. This is just what we typically see more often than not on a range day. And so if that's the case, well, if we take this low first, okay, I don't know what the heck this line is. Let me get that out of there. If we take this low first and then smack back up to take the high, I'm thinking doji, and I'm thinking lack of follow through, which means we don't have to take the 9 o'clock high, but we'll see. So that's my word game for the rest of this 11 o'clock movement here. We got 1 more minute. Let's see if we take this Q1 high and also get above the P12 high. Anybody have any final questions before we hop off here, guys? Anything at all? I'm an open book. I love doing these. I love the feeling of getting you guys have these light bulb moments going off when you're putting something so difficult and so intricate together, and so complex like the markets together, and making it simple. I think that's the coolest thing in the world. You make it so easy. Hey, dude, it's just experience doing the same thing, experience doing the same thing. And if you guys keep doing the same thing over the course of a quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, you will have that same feeling that I feel right now. I try to emphasize this a ton to you all. Nothing that I do is impossible. Like, nothing that I do is this overarching skill that you all can't do either. You just have to put in work. Like, that's it. I'm not guaranteeing that you will have these results. I'm not guaranteeing you will have a single profitable day in your entire life. But consistency plus directed and focused work equals progress. That's just the math. That's just the equation of progress. If you go to the gym every single day and eat good, your body has no choice but to make good progress, good, healthy progress. If you make bad, unhealthy decisions, you eat crap every single day and you don't work out, that consistency is going to give you a bad, unhealthy body. Consistency is going to happen. Progress is going to happen. People think progress just means good. No, progress is the sum of consistent actions over the course of a long period of time. It's just time plus consistency equals progress. So if you spend your time being consistent at looking at the market from where's the high day, low day, what's the statistical probabilities of us making a high day, low day, going back to the mean reversion or the trend, and then you just do that every day. You're still going to have bad days. You're still going to have struggling days where you're just frustrated. I have them. Everyone has them. And the reason you see so many people, Omar, and everyone else listening, the reason you see so many people hop around, move strategies, think that they can optimize their movements and all this stuff is because they're afraid to lose. But losing is inevitable. The reason why you see people make this look like a religion and they're sitting here acting as if this is the holy grail and all this stuff is because of that. They are scared of losing. They are afraid of losing. That's it. Like if you rip the Band-Aid off and let's just call it what it is, most people are afraid to lose. But if you understand that you will lose, and if you make that a certainty into the way that you trade and you just plan around the probabilities, that's all that you need, bro. You don't need to learn about how this market moves. You don't need to know what the freaking Fed's doing. You don't need to know what the war in Iran's doing. You don't need to know what Antarctica is doing, if they have UFOs or not. You don't need to know what the best way to trade is. You just need to know a move and a kick that clicks with you, that is backed by objective numbers. And then you just have to submit to time and consistency. Time and consistency. So you either have a choice. Everyone listening today, just like that analogy with fitness, you have the choice this week to either choose to do the same thing over the course of a quarter, so that way you then get the experience to collect that data and to understand what you're doing, so then equals progress into what you're trying to do, or you're going to get the other side of progress. You're going to get the progress where no one likes, but everyone tries to avoid. And in the ironic pursuit of avoiding losses, you are also avoiding progress. So you can keep on doing all these different, trying to trade while you're still learning, making all these beginner mistakes when you know that you're not at the level to even execute yet. You can keep doing that. You can keep trading while you're trying to go into the boot camp and learn what 05 boxes are, and you're trying to trade around them day two, learning what the daily profiler is, learning what measure moves are. You get access to the gunship light indicator, and day two, you start trading around it. You can do that, but you will get the results that you deserve. You will get the progress of time of doing the inconsistent thing, and you will get the progress of inconsistent action. Or you can get the progress of consistent action with a plan that's backed by statistics, and then you just submit to time. All right? That's my TED Talk. I don't see any other questions in the chat. I got one more by Omar here. He says, Austin, Mick, and the Pack team, be blessed. I'm so invested at this point and committed that I'm putting all the work. And there you go, dude. That's all we ask. That's all we ask. Just put in the work. That's all we ask. You're very welcome, brother. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that every single person here had a good time today. I hope you got something out of this stream. We will be streaming the gunship until Bootcamp Focus in 40 minutes from now. So we will have Bootcamp Focus hosted by none other than Mr. Justun himself. So if you guys have questions, I'm going to be pinging the Bootcamp. If anybody wants to come up here with Justun or specifically have a topic or an issue. So Omar, if you want Justun to go even more into that, or anything, any component that you want more clarification on within the bootcamp, or if you're a free member, if you're just somebody watching and you just want more information, come and bring your questions. All right. So 40 minutes at the top of the hour, bootcamp focus session, PackTV. This is what we do every single day. Stay grinding on your freaking goals and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they've never done themselves. And I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
that can stop me is me. If you're doing this for the women you're losing, do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do. They not like us, and they know that. They not like us. We ain't gon' do it. All the people all around me keep telling me how they're feeling, what they're thinking, what they see. Saying all these other people, they do the same. Maybe you should change your ways, you could get a taste. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's. I do what I wanna do because I can. Not gonna change who I am to fit in. I don't care what other people have to say. They don't know what's in my brain or in my veins. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's. They say the world's a scary place. They say that I should stay in line. But who are they? What do they know? I don't believe a word they say. I don't know. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it, if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing, you don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it, if you ain't ever done it yourself.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
I need to come off mute. That would help. Omer, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Justin?
I'm good.
Thanks for having me here.
Glad to have you. So we're having a little bit of a different session here. Omer's going to ask some questions, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I didn't even get my gunship set up for the breakout, so I would have already hit cash flow. So
That's
that
right.
kind of...
I'm just a little nervous. I have never done a live session like that.
No reason to be. We're just chilling here. We're pretty easy going. You don't have the big group of everybody, all the 100 people watching you like we did this morning. So it's a smaller, more forgiving group. I'm going to go at the boot camp section just to make sure they know we're live. Pardon me. Let's go see if I can go and get them in here. Maybe Austin's already done it too. Sometimes he's running around doing things while I'm trying to do the same things. Yeah. Yes, he did already. All right. So did you have any questions? Do you have anywhere you want this conversation to go? And we can just chat and make it easy peasy for you.
Yeah. So I was literally getting the data collection wrong, like MAE and MFE. I listened to the videos and I was thinking, this is like stop loss and take profit. Like the MAE I'm collecting is how much is the move going against me, and the MFE is how much it is going in favor of me, and like my key MAE is 0.23. So I was thinking, okay, yeah, that's where your stop loss need to go under this. And then I discussed that in the YouTube session earlier with Austin. And yeah, I was totally wrong. So yeah, if you can, we can just discuss that. And I was also having doubts if I was collecting the data correctly. Like, probably I'm doing it right, but you always have doubts when you're doing things.
Yeah. Oh, and of course I don't have the gunship light because I haven't unlocked that yet. Dang it. Okay, well I've got the gunship anyways. So let's go to another day because obviously actually we'll go to earlier today. 1800 move. Let's do that because that one I think is. So let's go. So you're talking for the whole, for the new homework section, anyways. I don't know if I'm show my screen here. I told you my whole screen, but it's just doing the one. Entire screen. This one. There we go. So you're talking about doing week 8 of the boot camp, basically, which will be the one where you go in here and sorry, wrong spot, and you grab the. I don't know if I can see it right now.
It's not loading. Hello?
to one or the other. So right now your MFE is going to the other side of the range. So in this case,
sorry,
your range
sorry,
lines.
the stream was cut off in the middle a bit. I didn't know.
Okay,
The stream was cut off a bit. Thanks.
So this was a massive range actually today, which is crazy, but normally, so your MAE, so the against is going to go from your breakout line, which in this case is the,
yeah,
I can make that even bigger. I got go too crazy, but so the gray line is our breakout line. So that's where you're measuring from. If we're just doing a breakout plan, if you're not using the front runs or the pullbacks, it's a little harder to play with. So you get that part so far. So our breakout line is this one here.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then for your MAE, so the against, you're going to measure that either to the other side of the range or the lowest point it hit. So the other side of the range is this gray line. It never came into that. It was a very big range last night. 6.6 would be your MAE. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And MAE is basically one of two things. It's either the other side of the range or time. Time means when it stops printing. So for time, you can see that. I don't know if he's got the other indicator set up the same way, but with the main one in here, you can see your times here is by 3 o'clock.
3.
So I'm sure he has it the same way on the light one, and I apologize, I have to go and unlock the light one, but it's basically until 3 o'clock on the 1800 range. So time is till here, till 3 o'clock. Let's hide that. And in this case, we went until time. And so your MAE is going to be your lowest, which is right here. I think gunship light does too. Do we measure past that?
I also don't have gunship light yet. I'm not sure. It's locked. So I was using
you do have manually part of the boot camp. So if you're doing that, you're jumping the gun then, because you can't actually access it until after what is it? Because I know when you go into the indicators, specifically, it only wants you to be done phase 3. So you want to make sure you're done that before you start trying to collect it. And because there's videos in here on how to do this, so you might be getting a little bit ahead of the game, and that might be part of the problem. But otherwise, I mean, the ease of it is is from your breakout, you're going to measure the max against. There is the 0.05 that he was doing on there. I didn't know they do 0.5. 0.5 is a max. Well, that actually does make sense, because why are you going to go that far against it anyways? So he may have been asking for the rules that we max out here, in which case you're going to, in this case, and to be honest with you, for 1800, the range is almost never this big. This one's a little bit of an anomaly one anyways. So yeah, if you want to max out at 0.5, if that's what the instructions tell you, then that's fine. You'll max out to there. And then your MA or your MFE, so your 4, is going to go the same thing. So wherever you maxed out. So since we maxed out, for instance, if 0.5 is your max out, notice how we maxed out here. So by 2020, you're only going to measure your MFE to that point. So in this case, it's only going to be here. It's still a really good move. So at 0.43,
right,
is going to be your measurement for that.
So I discussed with the boot camp. So because I joined back, so my week 8 was starting on Wednesday, but I had the weekend off, so I was doing it over the weekend. So I was not trying to jump the gun.
So you just joined the boot camp, sorry?
No. So my week 8 of the boot camp is starting on the Wednesday, like on the 3rd.
Yeah.
Not the 3rd, but when is the tomorrow? So literally. But I had the weekend off, so I was collecting the data. I listened to the videos and I was collecting the data. So yeah, it does. It does make sense what you're saying. So I was collecting to 0.5 MFE and 0.3 MAE.
Okay, so 0.3. So again, same thing. So yeah, if you're collecting till 0.3, your time to get to 0.3 is obviously now a little bit sooner. So it's 2020. Well, it was this candle here, so 2015. And then same thing. You're only going to measure to the max of. to that time. And case again, we're looking at here. So this was a fun one. Literally went against right off the bat. So same thing here. There's your breakout. Really easy read here. Your MFE is only going to be 0.05, so you barely even got, like, if you happen to take a tight stop loss or take profit, you might have gotten some profit there if you were quick. Otherwise, you're pretty much dead in the water after a few candles. So 0.3, you're negative there. Let's see if we can find something that's a little bit more. So same thing. This one's going to freaking probably stop you out and then go to profit. It happens. Oh, you might have held it. So that's other side of the range is going to be, where's my range lines? Oh, they're 1800. Yeah, see, in this case, it's going to be, my range lines aren't printing for some reason. Oh, I know why. Duh. There we go. So in this case, you actually would have been all right because there's your 0.3. So here's a good one. And there's time. So time hit before the other side of the range was hit. And so for here, you're going to go with 0.45. And then your against is 0.26. So you just barely got wicked.
Yeah.
So that makes that pretty easy then, I guess, now that you know that?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Justun.
No worries. Was there anything else that, like what have you found? So now that you're in 8 week or just about to start the 8th week, what's kind of been your biggest wow moment while you've been going through the course?
Biggest aha moment?
Yeah.
Oh, like there's a lot. Like I have a follow-up question with that, but I will say,
Sure.
you know, I was with the aha moment. There was a lot, but the major one was, you know, reading from 1 minute chart, reading the 15 minutes and the 1 hour and the 3 hours. So literally, I never thought I
And
never
letting it tell
opened
you
1
that
minute
story.
chart before. Yeah, I never opened 1 minute chart before. Like it looked like a war going on the NQ 1 minute chart, isn't it? But now it is like I read it pretty clearly. So it was the first like confidence moment, you know, that yeah, you can read that.
Okay. And were you trading before? Obviously, you were trading beforehand. And what was your main way of trading before starting the boot camp?
I have been trying to trade. I wasn't trading properly. Like I was trying to trade with my other job, obviously, for last couple of years, and I traded like started from support and resistance, and then volume profiles, and then footprint charts, and pretty much everything. You know, strategy hopping, as they say.
Yep.
Yeah. So no, didn't get anywhere really, but yeah, I'm giving it my 100% to, you know, learn properly in the boot camp. I'm not trading during the boot camp and all that, you know, whatever has been advised.
No, that's good. That's perfect. And that's the big thing, especially if like you said, you've gone these many years, you've probably spent more money than you've made. Obviously, it sounds like. So, I mean, to take that pause is not going to hurt you any more than it already has. And now you can give it your all kind of thing. Do you find some of the old ways that you did trade, are you seeing some value to potentially bringing that type of trading or some of those aspects back in now that you know this new stuff? Or are you planning on building a whole new plan from scratch based on what you've learned here?
I'm like most recently I was trading footprint and aligned with the VWAP, so like session VWAP, like RTH VWAP and ETH VWAP. So like overnight market VWAP and you know, the current RTH VWAP, and then aligning it with footprint. So I had you know, success with that, but I wasn't consistent. So I would, you know, align the statistics and all that I'm learning with that. But yeah, I still have to come up with the plan. So it really ties into my next questions that I had. So how how do I align all the MAE, MFE data with the stats that we have? Like if we are going false and we are going short false and we have stats above us, how do you align this MAE, MFE data that we collected with that scenario? I'm sorry if I can't elaborate my.
No, that's okay.
plan.
I mean, it kind of depends on where you're using it, because obviously with the gunship, there's quite a few moves, and for sure, there's some desire and hope to get to the point where we're going to be even integrating Daily Profiler kind of with it in some ways. But it can help you choose whether you're getting into a trade or not. So if gunship ends up being, for instance, the tool you want to use, you may look at a based on it right now. Obviously, this would be, you take this front run, or you take this trade, or maybe even this front run, and you try and get yourself some profit as you build. But maybe there's something happening on the chart later on. Like, it's harder with this one, but with the market open, for instance, it would be a good one where you might choose to take or not take a trade based on what gunship is telling you, because of where we are on the daily candle, because of what data is telling you on the daily profiler, and all that kind of stuff. So there's definitely ways you can integrate it. I try not to tell anybody this is how you should do it or shouldn't do it. And I know that Austin will definitely give some more feedback around, and there probably is follow-up videos already coming about what to do with the data afterwards and the next step with your data. But yeah, what we find in the boot camp is a lot of people will ground themselves in certain parts. And I found candle science, for instance, when we were doing the live boot camp, was what a lot of people kind of align themselves with, and they use that to help make a lot of their decisions with whatever path they chose, whether they wanted to use fair value gaps or liquidity sweeps and that kind of stuff, and then the daily profiler was another great one that people would marry up with other things. So it really depends on what speaks to you, right? Because the big thing that a lot of people don't realize is anybody, Austin, Mickey, anybody can give you a trading plan on how they want to trade 930 or whatever they want to do with that. But unless you make it your own and you find a way that works within your psychology, within your risk parameters, within the way you like to work with the chart, it doesn't matter what you copy from somebody else's. It often will not work for you if you don't make it your own. Does that make sense?
100%. And I thought that's what I was doing wrong. Like, previously, I never took a course or anything in the last 2 years that I'm trying to trade. I was just picking things off YouTube, like, whatever someone is portraying. I pick some concepts from different sources and then try to make it my own. But I was like making a pickle out of it, Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I really don't want to do the same mistake again.
No, and that's good, and that's where taking all this knowledge now, and just like what Pumpkin Day Trader just said, like building your own plan from what speaks to you the most and the tools that you found the most valuable, start building something from there. I mean, you can bring in anything you want from what you've learned in the past that speaks to you as well, but the big thing is how to make it your own, because copying all the different things out there, it's just going to bring you a lot of nuisance. And the journal is a great way to do that. That's what I was trying to get over here too. But what you may want to do is, now that you've gotten to the part where you're at, as you're going through, you might want to make notes for yourself, and this journaling software can be a great way to do it, if I can get out there. Because what you can do is start building your plan and the ideas of what you're thinking.
Sorry, just in the stream went
I think I
offline
lost
again.
connection. That's yeah. So what you may want to do, what I was hearing, start kind of noting the stuff that's working for you and the things that you're finding the most value in. Just start taking notes inside the journal right now of things that you want to make sure you focus on. And that way, when you start to build your plan, you're going to at least have some stuff. Sorry, just reading the chat there. So I might start taking down notes of the things that have spoken to you the most, which tools and resources you want to focus on, just to start helping yourself kind of guide that plan and where you're in the direction you're taking for that plan, kind of thing, if that makes sense.
It definitely makes sense. Yeah, I'll start doing that. I haven't. I looked at the journal, and the business plan template, and it looked overwhelming, at this point. So I thought I'll do it later.
It can be.
Yeah.
Just take it one bite at a time, because you're right. It can be a lot. We actually have just finished developing training videos for it as well. So we're going to start. We just have to review them, and then we'll start getting those out. But start really granular with it. Just start in a screen that makes sense and start writing notes for yourself. That's really the easiest way to get started, and just go through it systematically for yourself. But the big thing is knowing whether candle science is for you, whether the profilers for you, and which ways you're going to, what habits you're going to work into your plan. And Austin's a big advocator for it. You're wargaming for yourself. So you see Mickey do the war game every morning. If 9:30 is your trade, then I think starting with that is going to be a good thing. Or if a different trade time is best for you, then I'd start building an idea of what you think you need to war game before you take a trade, so that you know what you're looking at and how to react to what's happening on the chart, if that makes sense.
100%.
So doing those kind of things will be huge.
100%.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do the war game myself since last couple of weeks. And, I get
Nice.
some things right and some things wrong. I try to then align what Mickey does and then what I have done. And it's very good. Sometimes I actually get a very good read as to when I war game, and then I just watch the session. It really makes sense to what I did. It actually plays out, but sometimes it doesn't work out that way. But it is definitely helpful when I'm doing my own war game.
Nice. And it looks like we're going to do exactly. Okay, so we hit a new high a day, but we're not range again. It's just going to be a range day. Just having a little peek at it, but did we confirm? Oh, we haven't confirmed New York 2 yet. It's going to wait till 12:30. Yeah, I was just taking a little peek. So we're about to close out on New York 2's range build, and obviously we're leaning towards the long, which is why I wanted to be in my lunch break long, but I missed it. I didn't get it activated in time. So we're just finishing building our range, and then we'll decide whether we're going to go long or short for New York. Welcome, Mala. Sorry you missed the giveaway, but yes, you're here. Welcome. We're just talking about the boot camp. So if you're in the boot camp, great. If you're not, there's a little QR code up there that you can scan to get in. Omer is one of our boot camp members, so we're just chatting with him and just going over some stuff. So was there any other questions you had that you can think of off the top of your head?
I see 12-hour MAE and MFE on your chart. I still sometimes struggle with how you align. Like as you said, there are some things that you pick up quickly. Like I picked up the basic concept pretty easy, and I love them. Like Q1 low, Q4 high, Q1 high, Q4 low, candle signs like C2, C3. Apex, line apex, rolling line apex. I get them pretty good, and I can read them pretty well since I've been, reading them. But 12-hour MAE and MFE, sometimes I fail to understand how do I align it with everything else on the chart.
So it's just a good guide, and it's pretty crazy how well it works out, actually, oddly enough. But let me just do a new chart layout because I don't have
I definitely understand what it is telling me, like what time we put the MAE, what time we put MFE, and we are aligning it with what is going on the chart. Like if let's say we know that we make low of day at 9:30, and if we have the data that is telling us that MAE is establishing at 9:30 as well, based on past 50 days, then we maybe in a day that we set a low of day and go falls, or long falls or short fall. But sometimes I fail to understand how it is, how should I align it. But you understand what I mean.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think it kind of depends on the day too, right? Because you're going to see, so do I have it on? I didn't think I had it on this one, but I had the MFE on. I was just going to pull it up, but the basic one by itself, just to make it easier to read. I think it's on my favorites. Higher time frame. So there's ones, I think it's this one. This one may not look exactly like yours, guys. I got to get my charts organized. Oh, that's that one. No, that's not what I want. I got delayed data. What's going on? Let me go in here. Favorites. I'll get my data fixed up in a second, but time and price. Here it is. Ranges. I think it's this one here. Yeah, there we go. This is putting, it's not the exact same one, but the idea behind it is more, you're not using it necessarily to enter trades but it's helping you with the idea of how you're processing the trades, right? Like as we hit the times, which I don't know why there's two on here. I got to fix that up, but 100 to 1600, 5 sessions. Good day, OHLC. Let me go over 50 minutes. More sessions. Terrible. Well, that's why. Oh, that's that one. Yeah, this one's a different
Do you
one.
want to put the histogram
on? But I think actually I have access to the other one. Hang on, give me a second. Let me try this one other thing. Just to get the one that you guys have so it makes it easier. If we go here. What's the one called that you have on that you use?
It's time and price ranges V2 Pro by Jerry G.
There we go. Okay. Time and price ranges V2 Pro. There it is. Oh, it is the same one I had. Okay. My settings are a little off on the basic settings are a little off on that one.
I normally, as Mick said, we normally click the 5 on the histogram, so it shows us the thing, the second option. Histogram. Yeah, that's
so it shows the bottom line. So time and price. Yeah. I had this all set up, but all my friggin' ones got screwed up somehow. Session presets. No, I don't want that. Let's see this. Let's go with this for now for a second. So anyways, a couple of things to note. I mean, obviously when you're looking at it, is you can see where all your sessions land. Yeah. It seems way off. But what are we doing here? Oh, it's because I got 5 minutes to do that.
1800 is the most dominant one. I always read that.
It's a good one for sure. Yeah. But the idea is like when you see your ones that are lining up, but this is doing the 12 hour, isn't it? This is freaking, sorry guys. Yeah, it's going 18 to 18. I don't have this set up properly. To 6. Let's do that's maybe we'll do
the last option. If you need to do the time on the last option, the 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
the last session.
I did it on 5. I'll just take this off and go back to 5. Yeah, so let's go to that. We'll go to 5.
We just need to do 18. 6.
6. right? 6. What am I thinking here? There we go. So now we have a little bit more. So notice your times end up becoming your pivot points, but I don't know why there's 2 times. Anyways, I'm better at explaining this whenever I have my stuff set up and I don't have it set up quite right. But the idea is as you can see, like look at even this one right here, 2021, it literally hit an extreme and then reversed. So you're using it as a guide more than a trading profile, and it'll help you see whether we're extended or over or underextended and that kind of stuff. I got the wrong. 6. Yeah, it is 6. Okay, so I just don't know why it's doing the dotted one and the overlays, lines, middle. Anyways, it gives you the idea. And right now we're obviously overextended, right? So this one, like based on the days, we've overextended. So it can tell you whether it can tell you so many things. It can tell you whether volume's increasing or decreasing. It can tell you whether we've hit our MFEs, like whether we've hit our ranges, so our distribution for the day, whether we're overly distributed or under distributed, and whether we could see others. And the neat thing is you're going to see pivot points at certain times that are created. And I think if we switch this even to 6. Higher time frame, if we do 6 to 14, I guess 15 actually, sorry. There we go. So you can see that, and now again, today's a frigged up day. It's kind of nuts, but your extensions are going to happen here during that 9:45, 9:30 to 9:45, and then from there you're gonna extend out. And as we're hit, like when you come down, this was at 10:20, right, where we had our reversal and we hit the low a day. So when you're sitting in these pockets of data, that's where you're going to be going, okay, are we true? Are we going to keep going and bleeding to the depth of wherever? Or is this where our reversal time is going to happen and we're going to start putting in the other side? So as you can see, our actual average hit perfect. Like average and median, basically, we hit that to the extent. So when you're around these spaces, if you're looking to take shorts, for instance, and you're trying to get in here, like as this candle's printing, you don't want to be doing that because you're sitting at the extension of your MFEs. 80% of it's at here or here. And in this case, we actually hit both sides of it. And again, time right now at 12:30, 12:35, that's our, between now and 1:45, that's kind of our reversal time for the afternoon session. So are we going to come up here, tap this, and then start making a reversal down? So it's helping you give a guide of that longer time frame direction and whether we're meeting it, exceeding it, or whatever. So it's just, you're not using it, like I said, what I was trying to get at from the start of this is you're not using it as necessarily as a live trading tool, but you are using it as a guide to find out where you are on the day of the candle and how you want to act. If that makes sense. So that was a really long-winded way to get there, and I apologize. I haven't been.
No, that's perfect. No, I understand what you said. No, thank you so much. I think there's a question in the chat.
Yeah, I saw that, David. Yeah. So if you have time, can you review the OU lines broken direction? I've been looking for a daily profiler video that is introduction to all this feature. So there's definitely lots of videos in the boot camp that go through that for sure. But in essence, I mean, hopefully you get the big. David, when did you started a little while ago, right? How far are you in the boot camp? Take that one off just to clean things up a bit, and then we'll go through that. So I'm just waiting for your answer, David, and then let me. Can you review the OU lines broken in direction? I've been looking for daily profiler. So yeah, so I can go through that stuff anyways. 6 weeks. Okay, so you're pretty. So you should have seen daily profiler stuff, I'm pretty sure by now, but I can go through kind of a basic. Let's go in the 5 minute just to make it a little less spread out. Oh, there we go. So Asia, London. So if you see these gray boxes here that I'm highlighting, Asia, London, New York 1, and New York 2, they create ranges. And the center of each one of those ranges is your OU line. So in this case, this purple one going across is your Asia OU. There's this green one here is your London OU. Let me spread this out a bit more. So that's the center of that range. And then New York 1 OU is right there. That's that orange one. And New York 2, that brighter orange, is the middle of that one. So those are your over under, basically, and that's whether you're, and that's where you're ranging. So what happens is that the range gets built first, your OU line gets built, and then you start seeing what happens. In this case, we confirmed long because we broke out of the top of that range before we broke out of the bottom. We actually never hit the bottom right now. And then, so that confirmed long when that happened. Pardon me. And then once the new range, once we leave Asia and we move into London, this is the only time a range can get broken. So right now we're long. We're true because we never broke out the bottom during the session. So between Asia and London, so in between, let me grab, where's this guy? Let's just do, so in between our session open here and the close of this session, this is when the true or the false and the long get put in. So long or short happen when it breaks either side. True or false happens as true will only happen once the session ends. False will happen if it breaks the other side. So the second, if this candle had to come down here and touch down here, we would have gone false at that moment. Because it never did, as soon as this session closed, this became true. Then, in order to break this, to make it broken, it has to break this Asia OU line, which it did at 10:05. 10:05, as soon as that wick tapped this line, we then broke Asia. And around that same time, or just beforehand, basically at 9:30 or just before 9:30, we broke London. This is not London being broken because London session was still printing at that time. And it became true as soon as this time happened. It confirmed true. And then it broke right here. And New York 1, for instance, it has been printing. So although it broke, it went inside of New York's OU several times, it never did it after this point. Oop, can't move it. So when that session ended, it never broke OU yet. So if we do come down and we tap down here at any point in time during New York 2, then New York 1 will become broken. Where that adds value is it tells us whether we're ranging or not, because that's one of the things we definitely did today. We ranged quite a bit, even though it was a big, large range in 9:30. This has been a range day. And as much as we've broken out finally, it took us until after 11 o'clock to break out. That's not, I mean, this is a range day. So our chances of coming back and breaking New York 1 are fairly good. And actually, I wonder if the data tells us that. If we were to go to here and go back. I don't want to be here. I should have just gone back to the main one, but clicked too many things. Don't even realize where I clicked. There we go. So if we go to the profiler, earlier I should. So we did long, true, broken, good. It kept all the stuff short, false. And now we are long. I believe we confirmed long now. Oh, not yet, actually. So we still have not confirmed that. So now we can see what our chances of breaking New York 1, sorry. Short, false. So actually it's still 50-50. And it's because it's later in the day, right? We're not going to necessarily move as much in the New York 2 session as we do in the other ones. So it's still 50-50 whether we'll break New York 2 yet. Obviously, if we go, short, it would already be broken actually, so that won't even make sense. So it didn't change it that much though. And if we go long, it'll make it even less of a chance of us breaking it. So 44. So there's a little bit of swing there, but it's just because we don't move as much in New York 2 as we do in the other ones. So that's basically that. And now we are potentially about to kind of click that long. Does that make sense, David? Was there anything else you want? Did I go into all the details? Let me see direction. I've been looking daily profiler video that introduced features.
Nah, great. It was great explanation. Thank you, Justun. You there, Justun? I think we lost Justun.
Pick things, it's going to give us a more defined look of what we might see. So as you can see, that's what a long will do. I might lose my connection together. There we go. That's what a long would do over 58 days, and less likely, there's our 37 days of shorts and just clouds of that. So showing us what price might do. And this shows us our pivot points too, so where we could have reversals around the 1 o'clock time frame, and whether it will disrupt where our high day, low days land, and whether we're going to be looking through those and changing those based on how the prices are moving and where we are on the daily candle. As it sits right now, obviously high day, end of day is somewhat likely, but that could happen where it's going to, there's a few options where maybe at 2 o'clock or whatever, even that's 3:30, where it could hit one of these pivot points and just reverse back on it. So yeah, and there we go. We are now confirmed long. So now we can go back in here, grab long, but what we can do now is look at short and see where, long, and then we can pick false first now. And this is something Mickey goes through a lot of during our re-engineerings and stuff too sometimes. So if we do false, our time to go false in New York 2 is going to be around that 13. Well, it's going to be here more so, but around like, so beginning 1:15, that's where we could see us choose to go false. And then if we don't, if we stay true, yeah, you can see it's pretty steady and up and to the right if we stay true. So around the next, in 15 minutes to a half an hour, we're going to want to be able to be adaptive and be looking to see if we're going to end up putting the false in or not. And it'll come back. And to go false, like we just talked about, in order for it to go false, it has to come down and break this, which in turn will also break New York OU, New York 1. So we'll see what happens with that. We're almost at the hour mark. Omar, I appreciate you made this time fly.
Oh, no, thanks.
It's kind of handy. Gives us.
I had another question for you.
Sure.
I was when I was collecting data. So if, let's say, I want to collect out of sample data, can I collect from different time periods? So let's say I want to collect when the volatility is like high, like let's say VVIX is at 120 or above. So can I go back in times in different, like 20 days at, in 1 month, a year, and then 20 days, a few months later, and collect the data when VVIX is above 120? Can we do that, or it has to be in, in a singular time frame, like in a single month or 2 months?
No, time frame wise, you want to get those out of samples for sure, and you want to get something, and you want to make sure it's varied regimes kind of thing, so that you can find stuff that's real, right? And that kind of gives you your worst case and best case scenarios. It helps you understand when you start doing that, especially when you do it for one move and you get to know that move really, really well. You can become comfortable in whatever's happening and know that your risk is going to cover it, kind of thing, right? So for sure, you don't want to be just doing August only. Like you want to make sure you're getting different times of the year. And if you want to use the VVIX to try and find out whether it's to compare it to make sure your out of sample is even more varied, then by all means, for sure. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And again, you want to make sure you get different ideas, because otherwise you're not giving yourself that diverseness to your data to know whether that move plays well no matter what, right?
Yeah, definitely. I thought so. I thought I'll ask because it seemed a bit a bit wrong that I was doing only collecting data from when the VIX was like above 120 in let's say 2023, and then in 2024, and then recently when VIX was up. So I was collecting data from there to get my 50s out of samples.
Yeah. No, for sure. And then even as you go, you can find your district. Like for instance, Asia obviously moved 100 points more than the average 16 days, right? So even that's where knowing that and knowing how far your move moves based on different distributions, you can then plan your take profit more effectively over time. So if your MAE average, like let's on average gives you like whatever move you're doing, let's say on average it gives you like 75% of the time it hits 0.24. Well, then if we're expanding, you can maybe take less off here and hold more for longer. But if we're contracting and if we're below the average, then you want to maybe go, you know what? No, for today, I'm gonna get most of my position covered at 0.1 kind of thing, right? So that's for sure data you want. So you can make those, so you can build that trading plan that can survive expanding, contracting days, all that different stuff for sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you for explaining that, Justun.
No worries, my pleasure. I love this stuff. I have been out of practice at doing this, so I apologize for my stumbling. But yeah, it's this stuff is. I want to get back to doing this, but I've been head down building gunship and a few other things and programming. So it's been I've missed coming up on the stage as much and doing this stuff. So and you guys make it a lot more.
No, you have been very kind. I just want to get half a good enough the level you are at. I just want to get half of that.
Well, I'm in no level. I can teach it. I can't. I got to figure out how to manage myself and actually trade it properly.
It looks like in trading it's always me versus me, isn't it? It's
exactly.
It's hard.
Exactly. It's easy to know everything, but until you practice it and get your plan built, like I said, build a plan that's around you. That's going to be the biggest advice I can give anybody. Because if you build a plan around somebody else, that's where you're going to fall short. But
definitely.
Awesome. Well, thanks for hanging with me. Like I said, it did help. I appreciate having the questions. It's a little easier whenever I have somebody to interact with to help guide our conversation. And a few of you in the chat asked some questions, so I appreciate that as well. Helped us keep the discussion going. I think, Austin, if you are around, otherwise I will throw up. I don't know if his screen is still here. No, it's not. I don't know if you want to throw up. He's probably going to throw up gunship. I'm going to go at him in our chat just to see what he's doing. And then we'll leave it at that. But this was a great one. Oh, he's on some calls. Okay. 2-minute warning. So we got 2 minutes. Anything else you want to get into?
No, all good, Justun. I really appreciate all the help you did. I'm sure I'll ask a lot of.
No problem, my pleasure.
Serious questions.
You started. Yeah. So you started, I guess, a little bit after we started the boot camp, the new automated boot camp. You started a few weeks into that, I guess, if you're at week 8 now, eh?
Yes. So I'm starting week 8 in a day.
Yes.
So I started on the 14th. You guys started in the end of April, the automated boot camp, right?
I think so. Oh, maybe so. Yeah. So maybe middle of June, actually. That's right. Or May. Sorry. Is there a video over the daily profile or more? Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted myself with this question, but for sure. And you know what? I keep saying I'm gonna do it, and I've been so tied up with all this other stuff. I've got to go through the boot camp so I know exactly where all the videos are and stuff. But there's definitely got to be a video that goes through the daily profile around there, because we've always talked about that. That's been one of our pillars, I guess. I know we're going a little bit more because we found some really value to candle science. And I'll see if I can find it.
So we talk about we talk about the daily profiler in price models. like HOD LOD mapping and 4 steps variables OU lines is in price models, number 3 in the futures bootcamp.
Okay. Yeah. So there, and it looks like price models. Yeah. So here, high day, low day, price
So
models,
that's-
distributions, 10 to all this stuff is part of that. And there's your over underlines. There's your 4-step system variables, your OUs, your long, short, all that stuff. So yeah, so it's all right in there. Stress testing, building. Yeah. Awesome. All right, we're gonna throw up some gunship, and we'll leave it at that. Thanks again, Omar, for your time, and
No worries.
hopefully people found value in our little.
Thank you for your help, Justin. I really appreciate it.
That.
You have a nice day.
My pleasure.
Thanks.
Anytime.
Bye.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
From the ashes rise, I'm a beast. Make sure the target is steady. trying to keep me in bed. I'm so electric, you're turning me red. Oh, I think I'm ready to snap now. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. So you better listen. The meanest of reversions. Don't blink, 'cause you'll miss it. So you better listen. Have you ever felt bad when all the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good? I don't know what to do. Ooh, yeah. And I'm feeling confused. Ooh, yeah. All of these emotions. Ooh, yeah. Don't know what I'm choosing. Ooh, yeah. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. Have you ever felt bad? 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 All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. All of the bad things you were told not to do make you feel so good, so good. Count your stack, make it back, make it the trend. Is your friend, follow it till the end. What do you have to spend if you wanna contend? Don't try to pretend. The trend is your friend. You can fight the day, but you can't fight fate. Ride the wave and elevate. The trend is your friend. 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 It's been a while, baby. Take it slow. welcome. This is PackTV.
This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering. And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
All right, let's get it. Hopefully everybody's doing good. All right, M. Shenko, like your best bet is to ask your questions here. You DM me how you can ask questions. DM on the war games in the morning or the re-engineers in the afternoons, right? The student chat is for students, and I don't sit there and troll it and keep up with it, right? So another option that you have is like, give me a 48-hour, go to the bootcamp ticket, and you can schedule a bootcamp focus time. Mondays, we do them every Monday, but like we're able to do them Tuesday through Friday if you schedule it. Like if not, like I've noticed that like I just show up and people don't ask questions and that's an hour wasted, right? So if you do want to do a bootcamp focus at 12 during the Tuesday through Friday, you need to schedule it 48 hours in advance, right? And that's the protocol on how to do that, brother. All right, so let's get after it, right? So did you just charge a gun?
Do what?
I feel like you just charged a gun.
No.
Loaded up.
Unwrapping something. You heard that? God bless.
Yeah. Yeah.
This microphone can pick up what the moon, what's happening on the moon.
You don't want to know what I hear on the happening on the moon. But check it out. So we knew we had a long true overnight, right? We knew that that was the clue that the market gave us. And, right? And so we automatically thought firecracker down, but because we went short out of New York 1, we knew that we had to look for a net, a place for price to bounce off of, right? And so unlike if we broke out to the 730 to 830, the long, then we would expect the high of the day, but that's not the case, right? We expect to have firecracker down and a net, right? So we went long, true, and we can see short, and we knew that there's a 73% probability of going false, right? So we're going to go war game that first. We talked very in detail about the 4-step continuation, which identifies the true, the 4-step reversal that identifies the false. So we know the live price elements we're looking for, right? We can see that, right? If we get the short false, there's a high likelihood that the 1800 was the low of the day, right? There are some data points for the low of the day to be between 9:30 to 10:15, but we don't operate off of small data. We operate off of the large obnoxious data, right? We know if this is not correct, we're just going to lose against the winning team. We can see for the high of the day, right? We can expect an end of day, high of day, right? That's what we're anticipating. Does not mean it's going to happen that way every time. Why? Because on this day, we made a high day at 115 to 130. On this day, we made a low of the day at 315 to 330 on this day, and so forth and so forth, right? That's why we sync up live price with historical data. If it was as easy as just saying, hey, 1800 low a day, 1500 high of the day, right? Then like we would have no need. We could just build robots to trade for us. But there is a level of variance in that we always have to account for. And today was a great example of why that was that, right? So now if we're expecting a net off of something, we got a couple of levels below us that we can anticipate. Number one, we've got London OU, which had a 78% probability, 930 to 945. We got Asia OU that only had a 60% probability. And we knew that by 10 o'clock, if we didn't hit that, we probably weren't going to hit it, right? We had, what else below us? We had midnight, P12 mid, Asia OU, settlement, and P12 low with Globex open. Right now, we discussed on the war game that those were all lower probabilities, right? 40% for the P12 low, right? 40%, meaning that it actually hit 40% of the time, right? But not 60% of the time, right? P12 mid had a 75 with the primary time being 9:30 to 10:15. We knew that midnight open had a 68% of the probability time, a 68% probability. Globex open had a 42%, and settlement had a 40%. The settlement RTH gap numbers weren't looking so strong for that to take over our decision making today, right? So we knew that like P12 mid was going to have to be the balance point, right? For us to have a statistically normal day, right? For short falls at 75%, 9:30 to 10:15, right? And that would be the area that we looked for. Now we know that right above P12 mid was the area that we determined a true versus a false, right? We know what we're looking for. We're looking for something like this right here, right? And that was our analysis. The job was to take the 4-step reversal as it traded and go from there, right? All right. So that major pivot, you guys learned this in the boot camp. That major pivot right here, right, can happen between 9:30 and 9:45, which that's the most occurrence, right? It can happen between 9:45 and 10, which is the second most. So 9:30 to 9:45 can happen, right, 2 to 3 times a week. If there's 5 trading days a week, then 9:45 to 10 would happen maybe 1 to 2 times. 10 to 10:15, putting the major pivot in, like you saw today, happens maybe once every 2 weeks. And then 10:15 to 10:30, right, happens the least amount of time that we put the major pivot in, right? So that's how we identify that pivot, and we're going to go from there, right? We knew that we had a high probable low of the day already in, right? And so trade plan was the same as it always is, right? All right, so moving on to the 1 minute, we're going to go to the 9:30. Can you go on mute? I can hear every single keyboard click.
I just realized why you could hear everything because I have the wrong microphone because I have my microphone muted.
Gotcha. Thank you. So we know that at 9:30, right, which is currently happening right now, right? At this point, we came and hit the 70% probability. We came down to the 50th, and we know that the 40 basis point, let me move it over so we can see it, was right below 10 basis points off the 9:30, right? We know that we're going to cover the queen 10 basis points, and we're going to line it up with the gunship targets, right? So our targets to the upside, right? After we cover the queen, right? We have a target right here. Think globally. We know we have a target right here. And then we know we have the rest of the targets right up here. Right? And because it's going with the false, right? If we're going to hit these targets, we know that this or this will be our cash flow target, and we'll leave runners to run. Now, because candle signs from the daily chart told me to anticipate this having a 70% probability to hit, and previous day had a high 61% probability to hit, right? I knew that my upside targets was this green zone for any longs that I took, right? If you don't know how candle science is done, like we're not gonna hit it up in this re-engineering, but we do it most re-engineerings and we do it most war games in the mornings on YouTube live. So just show up and you'll see it. So we know that right now, because we're going with a short false, we're going to let runners run to where they're supposed to run to, this bigger box, right? So when we look at the gunship targets in, right, we know that this has a 75 to 85% probability of getting hit, right? We know up here has a 45 to 50%, 55% probability, and this has a 30 to 20% probability of getting hit. Now, we already know that we're in a short fall, so we're expecting these targets to get hit, right? Same thing to the downside. If we take sells, we're going to take them around these locations, right? But because a short true is less likely to get hit, we're going to try to cash flow here and let runners go to here, right? Same thing we talk about every single day, right? So if you're new here, like it might be the first time you're hearing it, but on the other side of the coin, we do this every single day at 1500 and we talk about the same steps, right? So we know that for trues, these are our downside targets. We know for the false, these are our cash flow targets, and this is our end of target, right? So we know that these two downside targets, if we do want to come lower, right, out of the 930 gunship move, right, lines up with this Asia OU, and the lower probability is all the way down here, right? So 930 opens up, majority of the people will start slinging longs, right? If you're a front runner, like the cool thing about these levels off of the low, if your entry was here, your 10 basis points was at the 25. If you found a way to get in at the 25, your 10 basis points was at the 50 to cover the queen, 50 to 75, 75 to high, and then high to 10 basis points were almost perfect for covering the queen, right? And then letting your cash flow run, right? So we start getting this right here, right? And we hit cash flow target number 1 for the gunship, right? So, right, I don't know the fuck. This all just adjusted on me. That's awkward. Oh, because it hasn't confirmed yet. These will be moving because I'm using the actual gunship. So the adjusting based off of the size of the range, right? Because it hasn't been the 5-minute candle yet. All right. So first 5-minute candle is done. Right now we can actually adjust our targets to the proper range now that the gunship is done the first 5 minutes. And we know that these are where our targets are going to be for cash flow, right? And so you should have had any long entries. The queen should have been covered, right? Now you're shooting for your next partial of covering for cash flow, right? We know that our higher draw is this previous day high. We went short false there with that move, so we expect continuation to the upside, right? We start pulling back, retracing in the 5-minute candle, pretty typical movement. All right, we finally get the 5-minute breakout confirmation for the gunship. I'm got the wrong gunship on, duh. Let's put the one that you bootcamp members have. Right, and we're going to talk about this since we talk about it every time. So right now, right, we know that this green zone from the green all the way down to the orange has a 90% probability of retracement all the way down to 50, meaning like this is 90. That after we closed up in here, we knew that there's a high probability of retracing back into here, and then this would be the 50% probability. From 50 to 75 would be the orange to the red. And then we knew that the red to the deep red would go from 70 to 90, like percentile MAE, right? So there's a 40%, 30% chance that we get into the red, and there was like a 10% chance that we get into this red. These are successful pullbacks. So if we're breaching this dark red, then we know that it's not going to be a successful gunship move. So our risk can layer literally right here, right? Any stops can be here because that's telling you two things, which I pointed out while we were live trading with you guys this morning, right? Is that like there's two things happening if we breach this dark red line. We're either wrong with this gunship move, or we'll put in a new MAE. Either way, like my job is to stack my risk somewhere right in here, right? And to continue shooting for the higher probable cash flows up here, right? So right? We continue to go up. We hit cash flow target number 1 right here. This pink line represents the 50th percentile that if this is going to be a false gunship move to the upside, that's where 50% of them have turned around from, meaning that anything below this pink line to this green is a 90% for the false to 50%. Anything is 50% probability to like 10%, right? So we know that we're approaching an area that matters, right? At that point, we start sucking back into the range, right? And so at this point, what do? We breached that red area where everybody who had engaged with long should be stopping themselves out, right? Period. Right here, the moment we cross this line, a couple ticks lower, right? You should be stopping yourself out, right? Because there's no reason to like have your stop here and just assume this much risk when you can see clear as day. This is what the data says. Like you're wrong. This is your invalidation, I guess you could say. Right. And then we got something wrong, right? Like something weird is happening, right? So now we're back in the 930. So we got the classification for a range 1 or a DMP style day, right? Oh, shoot, I got to put on my hourly boxes. And then 10 o'clock is going to open up. And we know for a 10 o'clock approach, our probability flags are to the downside. So let's get some probability flags on here. The 11 o'clock hour probability flag is to the downside. And the 12 o'clock for now is to the downside as well. Right? And we know that this P12 mid is still like the P12 mid that we're expecting not to get hit because we've already went false. Right? So if we take out this low after we went short false, we're expecting a range 1 day. Right? Why? Because, right, we've taken out the low after going false that made it a short false. And we did that right here. So we're expecting no matter how much we dropped it, we return to this 930, right? All right. We continue to shed lower, right? We know we're at the P12 mid right now. The one thing I told you, pay attention to if we're gonna like just look below it and then return back up, or are we gonna find this P12 mid as a ceiling, right? To continue heading lower, right? So we've hit all levels to the downside, right? And we hit Asia OU, which was a lower probability, and we continue to head lower, right? Now we're filling settlement. So we're filling live price is telling you clear as day, it wants the lower probability targets, right? So anybody who took sells out of this 930, right, were able to read up on that. And like you were able to cover your queen by the time that you got to settlement, P12 mid, all that area to target the gunship targets to the downside, right? So you would have caught this, you would have caught this, and you would have caught this, right? And then you continue to head lower, right? Q2 takes out Q1's low, right? Takes out P12 low, like looks above, starts sucking back into the range, right? At no point you should have been thinking apex yet, right? You got to wait for Q3 and Q4 to give you that apex signature up, right? You got to think Q1 high, Q4 low in this situation, right? We start retracing back up, right? And at this point, right here, right, the low that we're looking at, or the high that we're looking at, is a Q1 high until this moment right here. The moment Q3 opens up and takes out Q2's high, right? That's when you got your apex alert, and now you're thinking 9 o'clock down, 10 o'clock down, 11 o'clock up, right? And your probability flags shift up. So at this point, you know that like you took out the low that made it a short false after going false, so you were expecting a range 1, right? The signature we got out of 930 was a DMP or a range 1 signature, right? All right, 11 o'clock opens up, your probability flags are back up, right? So now we're expecting 12 o'clock, 1 hour and 3 hour probability flags to be up, right? As weird as it looked today, right? The stuff that we don't usually do at this extreme, right? But when we move like 200 handles down and 200 handles back up within a 15-minute period, the things that we talk about every single day still applies, right? We don't just change our rule because we had this weird 200 handle down, 200 handle up day, 15-minute candle, right? And 11 o'clock opens up. There's your apex. You know that probability flags for 12 are up. Our probability flag open is right here, right? 05 box is created, false 05 to the downside, actually true. Then you start sucking back up into the range. Q2 takes out the high of Q1. You cannot flip the probability flags down. Your quarters are confirming Q1 low, Q4 high, right? Third hour on the 930. And then you got to engulf in 15-minute, right? So you're expecting this hour to be a more wick than body kind of hour. And then Q3 opens up, right? And that is your hour, right? So now it's 12 o'clock, right? Right? So, right now you still have a range 1 or a DMP style day, right? DMP meaning we can't take out any hourly lows, right? New York 2 is forming, right? This is one of those weird anomaly days where volatility started expanding. We know that our 1300 hour now probability flag and our 15-hour probability flag are currently up. For the 1500, we know that candle science and previous day high are still standing, right? So we still should be engaging with longs. We get a perfect 3-hour line signature so far. We're trying to see if it's so we're expecting the next 3 hours to go up, or are we going to get a false 05 signature down, right? The first 15 minutes of the 3 hour will cover that, right? So we couldn't even get back into like 10% of the previous hour range without sucking back in, right? We take out Q1's high, so we're expecting Q1 low, Q4 high, right? You know, the hourly quarter mark right here will give you the doji alert will be right here. You got a false 05 signature to the upside for the 3-hour line. You know that your 1300-hour probability flag is still up for the 13, and your 1500-hour probability flag is still up. Right here, you get Q2 taking out the low, sucking back into the range instantly, right? So you're expecting this hour to be a doji a doji hour, right? Meaning more wick than body. However, it doesn't, is you got more body than wick, right? But you still got this false line signature up, right? Now 1400 probability flag is up, and the 1500-hour probability flag is still up, right? You come into daily's candle science MFE zone, you know that your hourly open is right there, your previous hour 50 is right there, right? You're expecting continuation to the upside. First 15-minute opens up, we start ripping higher. You know that at this point, oh, we went New York 2. Damn it, let me rewind. New York 2 at this point went long. So now we're going to come back into our data. We're going to say this was broken, and we went long out of New York 2, right? So we know, right? Let me turn off Asia. right? So we know that there's a 62% probability of staying true and a 37% probability of going false, right? So if we're going to go false, the lower probability is more than likely going to cross the line at 1400, but the major pivot is going to show up for the false between 1310 and 1300, right? And then we should start selling. So we know the 1300 hour is the hour that shows us true, continuation, or false reversal back into the range, right? If we get a true, we continue to expect end of day, high of day. If we get the false, we expect the high of the day to be wherever it is, right? Like, so the current high of the day was at 12:45, 12:54, right? We know that if we get the false signature, then this will be the high of the day data that it's clustering off of, right? So we're going to be paying attention to the 1300 hour, right? So now, right, we got a DMP signature, right? Right? 1300 takes out the high, second hour of the 3 hours. So we're looking for apex alerts. Previous hour mid will show that, right? Like probabilities are shifting. So it's going for the 39% over the 64. That would be the false signature we're expecting, right? Or Q3 or Q4 breaks the quarters in those quarters, right? All right, so Q2 opens up, right? Takes out the high, so we're expecting Q1 low, Q4 high. We know that the low that needs to get breached is right here at the Q1 low. Now, new quarter opens up. You're still expecting Q1 low, Q4 high. You know the quarter low, the apex alert is now under Q2 low. All right, Q4 opens up, right? The low that matters now is the Q3 low. You know your hour probability flags up. All right, we couldn't do that. So you know that you're in a C3 state. The hour opening price right here is the one that matters until a higher low is taken over. Q2 opens up, right? Q2, I can't tell. Q2 took out Q1's high, so you're expecting Q1 low, Q4 high. If we breach a quarterly low, right, then we are expecting a doji hourly candle. You got a DMP signature happening. All right, so we got the doji alert right here at 1400, right? And you're expecting just a doji more wick than body hourly candle. And there it is. All right, that's your 1400, right? And that's where we are right here, right? So we met every criteria, right? Like the only hard part about today was the 10 to 1015 drop, right? That told you, like I was not expecting the P12 low to get hit. That was pretty extreme, but it gave you a complete clean apex signature up. And then you got your DMP style day, right? Which remember, what did I say about the DMP, right? They're going to have a very complex 9 and 10 o'clock hour where it's going to try to convince you that it's a range one, and then momentum is just going to start ripping people's faces off to the upside. So pretty easy day. How'd you guys read it? Right now, now I'll tell you, right? This is why, like when I got stopped out, still in profit, but stopped out today, I said I'm done trading because there's not going to be much edge better than the 930 trade edge today, right? So everything else after that was momentum trades to the upside. There was plenty of edge within the, not so much edge within the quarters, but after New York 2 went long, that completely confirmed that it was going to continue up, right? So that's all I got. Hopefully you guys caught some good bites. I know most of the pack did good. Most of the people in the boot camp did good. And it was a very, very clean day.
I'll definitely say for myself, I was fully expecting a continuation of the range one.
I was too.
I didn't see this giant grind up. I opened my charts this afternoon when I came back to see what the gunship was doing for the stream, and I was like, dang, we're just July 4th, baby.
Yep. that theory still holds, right? But yeah, pretty simple, pretty easy.
Heck yeah, Jason. Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat that's has any follow-up questions before we wrap it up here? We got the second chatter. So we had, dude, we're growing, guys. I don't think you realize. We had 2 messages today from Twitch, because we also stream on Twitch on the Daily Profiler on Twitch. And then now
Nice.
we had a message today from Twitter. All right, Mr. Trader Soma. So congratulations, Trader Soma. You won the bragging rights of being the X messenger of the day.
Yeah.
Oh man. I got really nothing to go over. I mean, we had a really good day overall. I made a post on Twitter, and then I'll just highlight it really briefly here. Is sometimes days are going to be like this, that I just maybe like in this whole thing to give you all a little bit of like motivation or whatever. Is sometimes when it comes to this trading profession, it's not about did you call the market perfectly or did you see the market perfectly. It's just purely sticking to the same process, and sometimes you have these, just Mickey calls them catch the tiger by the dang tail. You got the move. And sometimes it really does, without joking, be like that, where, I seen this bullish daily candle start to form. This signature that we did minus this huge sharp, whatever the heck that 10 o'clock candle was, down move. This was in line with a potential ripper of a bullish daily candle. And I've seen this happen many times now, trying to capture that daily candle. And even then, I wasn't able, my risk was not able to afford my analysis. My analysis was correct. My risk doesn't matter. I could not say, all right, I'm just going to move my stop down 2 bajillion points and, ride this, because there will come a time where my process does align again with capturing this low a day. And if I change anything about what happened today, it'll bleed into variances upon difference of performances. And this is what causes a lot of people to go in these rabbit holes where you put together a plan. Maybe you don't perform the best, or maybe you just get stopped and you just get some cash flow for both of your trades or whatever, like a day like this, where let's say, I hate when people use the term bias, but I get it. Some people, they have to use it, whatever. Let's say you have a bias of a bullish day. Let's say today is giving you bullish intent, and you're not just able to capitalize on that full move. This is why I say make money being wrong. Okay, if you can make as many safety nets a part of your process to where you can make money and still be wrong about your overall thesis, that is a powerful, powerful place to be in as a trader. So we do have a couple questions here in the chat. We have EP, a very important one. Can we have a few more widgets on the screen? I forgot to turn that off. My bad. NP Bait says, what/when was the tell that the expansion was in play instead of the consolidation in 930?
Yeah, I can definitely cover that. Give me 1 second. All right, so right here, the 11 o'clock hours continue to drive the range 130, right? So like the 12 o'clock hour, when we broke out of New York long, knowing that, let me find it. Oh, I already got it selected. Knowing that there's a 62% probability. That's saying there's a 62% probability that we're not going to take out this 1130 to 1230 low. So for me and for the way I train the guys in the boot camp, this New York 2 is the last driving price, the rest of the MFE for the 12-hour candle from 0.6 the market close to the close price, right? So that's the whole anchor point of this New York 2 is like, are you going to put the rest of the MFE in, right? Because if we pull up that 12-hour MFE, right, this is the MAE from 0.6 to 1800, right? And what you can see is majority of that MFE lies between 1430 and 1600, right? So we know that the whole purpose of New York 2, right, is to get this rest of the MFE into the rest of that 12-hour candle, right? Right. So when we went long here, as long as the 1300 didn't reverse for the false, right, that was the telltale sign that we were in a DMP style day. Now, right, if you happen to sling longs off this here, you should have been noticing like how are we closing, how much of the previous hour can we retrace into, right? So that was a telltale sign. And another thing that like the older boot camp members know, right, is like the fake quarter sweep, right? Which I won't get into that, but like it's definitely a thing for DMP style days, right? So just talking about this, we can't even get back into the 25% during this 11 o'clock hour of the previous hour, right? So we'll get rid of that. Now for the next hour, right? How do we close? We close very strong, and can this 1300 hour can't even get into the 25% of the previous hour, much less the previous hour, mid or the open, and so forth and so forth, right? So you're noticing how we're closing. These are common signatures of a DMP, right? Along with fake quarter swipes, right? Or like you can't, the 1300 hour can't even get back into the 25% of the previous hour range, right? Period. Much less the previous hour 50 or the opening price. So there's no reason to think shifts. And then right here, when we took out the New York 2 long, right? Right, that told us that there's a 64% probability that we can't even come back to here. Well, if we can't come back to here, we're not going to come back to the 930, right? And if we can't come back to 930, we're not going to get a range one day. We're going to get a DMP style day, right? Because the 930 signature, this all right here is that of a range one or a DMP style day, right? And that's how I was able to identify that.
I'd say for me, MP, just to like add to that, this day, because I agree with Nick. He says in the chat, these days are pretty rare of like this exact structure or sequence, whatever you want to call it. Understanding your weaknesses is a really big strength, as ironic as that sounds. And sometimes you turn those weaknesses into strength, and sometimes you're just okay with your process having a day where it's just a little bit foggy. And for me, where we took that 9 o'clock low, sucked back into 930, you said you took a long at 1049. So you went long somewhere around here, and then you exited at the 930 high. One thing I want to make sure you're aware of, NP, is that at the end of the day, you followed a system that paid you, right? You had a process that you were able to operate, and it looks like if you went long at 1049, you had a really good Q4 taking Q2 high in a bullish hourly candle in what you were presuming at the time, a range one day reverting back to 930. So at this very snapshot of time, you operated perfect, very good.
Yeah,
because no complaints really from that trade.
Because like at that point in time, like the range one, right? So if we come back to the daily profile, right? Like when I look at this, I can see let's go back to where we were. We were right here, short false, right? We can see that the DMP has only happened 16%, where that range one had happened 44%, right? So you're literally going for the 28% difference spread between the 16% and the 44%. This just happens to be a day where it played out and live price told you that. And it's later in the day. So the afternoon traders trading the DMP, right, or the New York 2 should have been able to say, hey, this is that DMP. We're going with the 16% over the 44% because we went long, and there's a 64% probability that we can't take out that low, right, this low. So if we can't, there's a higher probability that we don't take out this low, and we stepped above and found footing on this P12 high, right, then we're not going to get a range one. Right, and if we are going to get a range one, that 1300 hour has to flip it, right, in the first quarter to bring it back down, and we could not do that. We did the complete opposite, and we went parabolic at doing that 1300 hour for the higher probability. So I think you did great. That was a great trade.
Yeah, really good. And I agree, trades don't lie. This volatility has been amazing. This has been the most money I've ever made the past quarter.
Oh my gosh.
It's just been great.
Epic. It's been epic. I hope they never contract volatility. I hope we cluster around this volatility.
We just never come back. What if we start trending on the VVIX, Mickey?
Dude, oh my gosh. I don't even know how to respond to that.
Well, Mickey, I think this was a beautiful day, bro.
Yeah, it was. It was. Let's see what we're doing. So we're still within this quarter's clustering effect on the VVIX, right? Like we're still clustering. And as you can see, like when we zoom out, right, our clustering range is a lot higher, like in 2025 and even 2026 than it was back in 2022, 2024, and these other time frames. So like it might be adapting to this range, right? We will see it's starting to show clustering effects up here, right? Now that, and this is why I pay attention to it. So now like once Iran war is gone and the tariffs are gone, like I pay attention to how we cluster, and that's going to determine like, is it normal to get these 500 handle days this year, 700 handle days with these quarterly distros, right? At the end of the day, we know that we're in a volatility environment where we're in contango expansion, which is one of the rarest volatility states to be in over the last 20 years. So enjoy it while it lasts.
Fancy dance move.
Volatility contango, yeah.
Volatility contango. I know how to volatility contango.
Echelake. Iran is only done on the weekdays, but it starts back up on the weekends, right? That's because both countries don't want their portfolios to go down. But yeah, I got nothing else. I'll see you guys at Wargaming tomorrow and Re-engineering inside of the Discord tomorrow.
Dope. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your day. This was another really successful episode of PackTV, where we come here, live trade in front of y'all, give our analysis, give ourselves the opportunity to be right or wrong in front of you all, put our tools to the test, just have a good time doing it with good people. So stay grinding on your goals and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. And I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody. Be safe.
Are you stuck doing market shenanigans? Stop trading on feelings. Luck is not a strategy. Trading demands discipline and a detailed business plan. Stop rushing to failure. We teach objective statistical trading. We turn market noise into quantifiable facts with our bleeding edge tools at thedailyprofiler.com. Journal your trades, your thoughts, your wins and failures. It ties everything together into a single place. Your journaling software isn't just a diary, it's your personal risk manager, locking down your risk parameters daily and weekly. Let the platform show you the advanced statistical analysis of your decisions and their outcomes with a professional grading system, including backtest valuations, generating deep insight, and showing you exactly where you have to focus on. Master the Daily Profiler. It instantly defines the market environment. Utilize the 4 steps for perfect reversal alignment. You gain instant clarity with our indicators. See the exact levels, 05 boxes, hourly, quarterly, and 3-hour logic. We provide the foundation for your success. Forget guessing candle fortunes. Our candle science uses previous open, high, low, close patterns to predict the next bar's probability. This means replacing subjective chart storytelling with objective statistics only. Knowledge means nothing without execution. That is where the pack steps in. Join an elite community focused on collaboration. Get guidance from experienced squad leaders. True mastery requires live market repetition. Our job is to move you from familiar to proficient to mastery. Stop guessing what happens next. Define your risk. Own your process.